Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How are you awake? I had nightmares of Razor getting a new set and out DPSing Varessa, and it woke me up. Okay, like okay. You know what we need? Okay, wait. I have a great idea, chat. I have an amazing idea. Um, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something, chat. Um, uh, 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 Hi, chat. How are you? Okay, wait. I need to realize this real quick. So, wait, how do I? What are you trying to do? Um, Something amazing. What I'm trying to do is something amazing. I don't know if it's gonna work well. Yeah, whatever. Sorry, chat. I realize this is like very, yeah, for you guys. Or like it's yeah. But this is important. Okay, this is very important. Okay. Um, Almost done. Okay, it's done. It's done. And now I can post it to Twitter. This is the quality is bad. I made this in Paint by resizing the character portraits, but because of the way Paint works, it's like, yeah. That's why you have an editor? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh boy. Alright. Man. What the hell? What the hell? I'm trying to do an event on one of my accounts, man. This is like... This is like UID login stuff, right? Yeah, whatever. Oh boy. Okay. Anyways. Cover UID. Okay, Chad, sorry. So I ran out of coffee, so I ordered some coffee, but it's about to get here. Once I have my coffee, I'll be able to like properly become an entertaining streamer. Um Skipping Nefer for bro, I would not recommend pulling for Arlecchino. In that same Overload team, Razor out damages her. He's just better than she is. You know, Arlecchino can still, or sorry, Klein can still get carried by Malika, right? But Arlecchino can't. Why is Razor so strong? Well, they're just giving him very good numbers. Alright, chat. I think my coffee might be here. So, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Um. Okay, chat. 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 It's time. Yeah, I guess it's time to where the fuck is my where did my OBS go? There it is. It's time to go keep working on all of our calc stuff. Right, I think we have a good idea of Razor. Now, um, honestly, Venti is like, I don't know, man. You know, I wonder if there's ever a world where Fischl is better than Durin here. Because this Durin character sucks so much ass. Probably not, right? But yeah, I think Venti is just cooked as hell. Albedo is like actually good now. Is Albedo better than Bennett here? Oh god. You might be onto something. Wait a second. Anyways, let's Farazan. We get 1 in 96, 454. Attack percent, we get Sans, Noblesse, Power Resonance, TOM, Substats, Ascension. Damage percent. Does Farazan's damage percent buff apply to herself? Or does it only to the active character? It's all nearby party members. So it does. 38.3, I think. Oh. Crit value 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 40. Oh. Effective attack. Normal attack. No. That doesn't matter. Well, it kind of does, actually. We'll just have skill and burst, basically. Motion value burst, 755.2. Motion value skill, 216 times 6. Number of swirls, 4. In the AoE, it's 8. Yep. 6k DPS from Farazan. That makes sense. Durin, 347. Moonweavers, 20% attack, 46. Get this shit. And then 27.6. Please put the cons for character, sure. There you go. Damage percent, 46.6, 20. 20? Crit value. Effective attack. Motion value. Motion value, motion value. Okay, what does Durin get? Oh, this is light mode. So 179.5. Then 148.4, 111.5, 127.4, 219.8 times 16. 1.125. Yeah. Dude, look at this fucking personal DPS from Durin, man. This character is pathetic. I swear. This character sucks so much ass. God. Actually, this is probably Noblesse Bennett. You get 2-piece on Durin. 15 more damage percent. Ooh. Sick. Instead of 12k, we're not doing 13k. Bet. Amazing. This is 275. This is 466. So total. This is not great. Okay. So let's take a look at Albedo instead of Bennett. So 876, 58.3, 69, 30, and there was another source of defense percent. What was it? Husk. Nope. Damage percent, we get 46.6, 24, 12. What else? We lose Power Resonance. We lose Bennett buff. We lose the 2-piece on Durin because he's on Noblesse now. This is Dark Durin? No, this is Light Durin. Exclamation mark playlist, Pringles. Why is my Nefer cheeks? I gave her all I had. Probably because your cancels suck ass. Anyways, what other sources of damage percent is there here? Right, there's I mean, there's Albedo's own thing, right? What else is there? Is there anything else for damage percent on Albedo? Right, there's his Goblet, Husk, his Ascension passive, his new Witch passive. Is there anything else? What do I get for these things? Oh, Geo Ascension. Right. That should be it. And then he's also got some attack motion value. It's gonna be about half of that. Yeah. Okay. Then Albedo. Actually, I don't need this. I know it by heart. 227, 240, 80. And this is a 20-second rotation, so you're probably getting 9 rocks. Then it's what, 222 on this skill cast? Yep. 222. 624. 122.4 times 3. 125 AM. And then the shred. Is it that? No, it's not that. It's 1.125. Yeah, Albedo's better than Bennett. The idea here is that Venti kind of sucked. So, and Durin doesn't snapshot. So the value of the Bennett buff pretty much only helps Venti, and Venti's damage isn't that great. Right? So losing a Bennett buff on him isn't that bad for his personal damage. Or isn't that bad for the team DPS. And Albedo's personal DPS in this team is 20k. Is Bennett not better than Durin? Maybe not because of the shred. We can take a look. Alright, so if we just do Bennett here. We don't have Fire Resonance here. We get Bennett buff. We lose the shred from Durin. Still have the shred from Farazan. I think you lose too much Albedo damage without the Geo Shred. Yeah. What about Fischl instead of Durin? I'm more interested in Fischl instead of Albedo here. Or Fischl instead of Farazan, actually. This might be a fucking bench Farazan angle. Right, because we already have Shred from Durin. And if you Electro Infuse Fischl, or if you Electro Infuse Venti Burst, which should be pretty easy to do, Durin will get a bunch of overloads, and Fischl 8-4 will proc all the time. Oh no. I don't know if I like where this is going, chat. Oh no. Oh, that's fucked, actually. Wait, okay. An overload proc. So Durin EM is gonna be at like 80 plus 125-ish. An overload proc is 39.79 times EM multiplier. EM multiplier is this. Wait, was this on VB for Venti? No, this was this was Desert Papillon Chronicle. What set is Albedo running? Husk. Albedo's personal damage is good enough to go Husk now. So we've removed all the buffs from Farazan now. We need to add Fischl's C6 buff. And now we need to add Fischl damage. Also, wait. Without Farazan, you can shorten your rotations. Because you don't have to wait for Farazan burst cooldown anymore. Doesn't Fischl give 180 EM? You need to trigger Electro Charge for that, so no. 244 plus... We're just gonna look at Verdescent Hunt. I think it's only 1 second. Because with Animal Resonance, your rotation length with Farazan is 19, not 18, not 20. They only save 1 second using Fischl instead. Anyways, attack percent on Fischl: 46.6 from Sans, 45 from the Witch buff. Why Hunt over Natlan Craftable? Because I can't be. If I use Natlan Craftable, sometimes I forget to remove the stack when you have another character of the same element. Chainbreaker is probably better, but I can't be bothered. Anyways. Yeah, we don't have TOM anymore, because I don't think you want to go TOM Fischl. I think Golden Troop is better. So we lose 20% attack on both of these. And instead, wait, we get Noblesse buff on her. We get 20% from substats. We get 24 from Ascension. Is that it? Yeah. Damage percent. What do we get? So we get Electro Goblet. We get Golden Troop. We get Albedo Witch buff. Anything else? No, right? Are you using Rust or Stringless on Venti? This is Viridescent Hunt Venti. Rust is like 3k ahead, but Viridescent Hunt on Venti is like actually a must if you have it, honestly. Because you get fall damage, and it's kind of goated. You lose 3k sheet DPS, but you gain a fall damage proc like once or twice per rotation. And that's like a 10th of the enemy's HP. Anyways, yeah, I think that's it for damage percent. Good values is gonna be this. Motion value. We got 178 times 12. You could maintain full uptime on Fischl in this team, but it's going to be a little dang for the rotations, so I'm not going to bother. Plus 431 divided by 2 plus 638 divided by 2 plus how many attacks are we doing on Venti? Doing 15 plus 15 times 30 plus a lot of Fischl Ascension 4 procs. Bro, how many do you even get? With Venti burst going plus Venti like Animo infused attacks, you're probably getting like, there's no ACD on it. There's a 0.5 second internal cooldown on Fischl A4 proc. At least 6. Oh, it's way more than 6. It's definitely double digit. I don't know if it reaches 20. I don't think so. But it's probably at like 12 at least. And then we have the overloads. Number of overloads is going to be 6. Yeah. Fischl beats Farazan. But now that we have Fischl, Bennett comes back to being good, because now we can snapshot the Bennett buff on Fischl. So maybe Albedo's a fraud, and it's just Fischl Bennett. So we lose albedo buff. We lose albedo's personal damage. We gain pyro resonance. We gain an actual set on Durin, but his sets suck ass, so it's just fucking a 2-piece. Because now instead of 4-piece noblesse, you go 2-piece, 2-piece. So all you get is a 2-piece bonus. God, what? His sets are so fucking pathetic. I swear. Wait! Maybe that's not true. You go Cinder City here, no? Yeah, you go Cinder City here. So this is now 12. But we add 12. And only here. Okay. Then we add the actual Bennett buff, plus 1050, and we add it to Fischl as well. And we add the Bennett C6 as well. Okay, this team is not as good as albedo. Yeah, Bennett is a fraud, albedo solos. Okay. So, the team I'm getting the highest right now for Venti is Venti, albedo, Fischl, Durin. Bro, albedo, Fischl, wheelchair is just gonna fucking slap shit around, man. It is going to slap shit around. Didn't add the flat attack to Durin, he doesn't snapshot. Never plays Durin with albedo. You don't have Shred in this team without Durin. So Durin is kind of necessary. Another thing is, you might not have good uptime on the Animo Shred in the Fischl version. Because you're electro-infusing Venti Burst, so you're not really gonna get Pyro Swirls. Yeah, maybe this is a little too optimistic. Yeah, it probably is, actually. So the best team in practice is probably gonna be this one. Alright, Venti, albedo, Farazan, Durin. What if Chiori is just better than Durin? No way, right? No, because you lose Animo Shred for Venti. What about Mona? Like, Mona instead of albedo? man. Alright, like, we'll basically just manually override this, but we'll give the Mona buff. Okay. Something's wrong with my Venti stuff now. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fixed. I had to look at the attack of this team, but this team has Bennett, so obviously it's gonna inflate shit. Anyways, so if we remove the albedo damage, and instead of 42 damage percent, we get Omen. It's pretty pathetic. And I guess we get Omen on other things too, but yeah, no, this isn't it. This is not it at all, for sure. I'm not doing this full count. What's the best team for Durin right now? I'm not sure. I think his best team right now is Burgeon. Why Burgeon? Because Hydro tends to be really good, and Durin doesn't have synergy with characters that are Hydro, unless it's a team that does damage that is not mainly Hydro. But yeah, I wanna check the like reaction mapping for this.
You come into being. For the everlasting forest. Feel this ancient power. Yeah. Lush as the moonlight.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Live! Moment of birth.
Forest, protect us with one.
Oh my god. Albedo!
Burst forth. Live!
Oh, our thing expired. Yeah. The fucking enemies keep dying at the wrong time, which is making it hard to tell.
Come into being. Feel this ancient power. Rise with the sun.
Let the mighty be humbled. Settle down.
Leave this place.
Live!
Silence.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the actual rotation is gonna look like.
With one heart, we pray. Yeah. 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 Branch into song.
Okay. So probably do like
Bow your
For the everlasting forest.
Burn it!
I
Wrath
whatever.
from the skies! Live! Moment of birth.
settle down. Be sanctified.
Lush as the moon.
Yeah, this is probably what the actual rotation will look like. But it's hard to like probably test it because the enemies just fucking die. I think I need to ungear. Keep llama geared so I can get through the fucking phantasm quickly with blooms. But ungear Nebula so we don't do too much damage.
Come into be. Leave this plane. Feel this ancient power.
With one heart, we pray. Receive my blessing.
It'll die to the blooms now. Actually. Okay. We're gonna wait out my cooldowns here. Actually. Give me my particles, please. I don't have a fav on this. Actually, I do have a fav. But 5% crit rate. Come on. There we go. Okay. So... Oh, we don't have Albedo Burst either. I guess that's fine. I think we'll get it back by the time we swap to him.
Forest, protect us for the ever.
Pyroclastic
Yeah.
surge! Live! Moment of birth.
Oh, fuck.
Let the mighty be humbled. Silent.
Branch into so.
Yeah, the problem with Malika is that her thing expires way too early, right? Compared to Durin. Durin lasts for 20 seconds, Malika lasts for like 12. But there is no Pyro that lasts for 20 seconds right now, right? Like, even Channeling is only 14. C1 Malika is 18, that's true. C2 Dea. Yeah, I guess we could do Dea. I do have C2 now. Durin, good uptime, but the ICD is ass. Yeah, but the ICD being ass is fine for Virgin teams.
Come into be.
You poor lost lamb.
Feel this ancient power.
With one heart, we pray. Lush as the moonlight.
Buckle up!
I'm gonna do this. So I don't do too much overflow damage from those blooms exploding. Proc him on Dea instead. Okay, I need to get some energy back, actually. I don't know if this is gonna be enough energy for Llama.
Bow your head.
It was, whatever. So we'll do just do Dea after Albedo instead of before. Derwin would be before.
Settle.
Forest, protect us. By the frost.
Burst forth. Moment of birth.
Let's get it on! Ha!
Silence. The tides beckon.
Branch into
Settle down.
you poor lost lamb. For the ever.
Feel this ancient power.
Buckle up! Hi!
Silence.
Lush as the meat.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
This is probably what the rotation is gonna look like.
Witness my great undertaking.
Let's get it on! Ha!
Be not perturbed. I am unskilled.
Receive my.
I miss my fucking energy gen a lot, so things were a little sus. You know, I haven't actually played this team since I got Dea's C2 with Farina. I wonder how good it is with Dea now. Do you guys think there's a chance that like Citlali or something is better than Farina already in this team? Surely not, right? Anyways, let's regear. I go for Farina's Sig, stay on Fav, or go to Sig plus ER Sands. If you need ER Sands on your team, Fav is better. As a general rule. Teams where your ER requirements are high enough to need ER Sands on Sig tend to benefit more from Fav than from Sig plus ER Sands. Because her personal damage doesn't tend to be that high in those teams. So Farina build should be fine. Well, it's not ideal, but it is what it is. Dea, let's actually gear now. Where is she? There she is. Yeah, I guess you would use Flame Forged Insight. We go. Do I have a fast equip for flop? I do, but. First, let's just try it against the Fanta or against the like first chamber after the first wave.
Silence.
For the everlasting forest.
Look alive! Ah!
Yeah. 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 Ha. Ha. Yeah.
Okay. So, what's the rotation again? It's like Nivelet EQ, Llama EQ, Farina EQ. Yeah. Not Nivelet E.
Settle down.
Forest, protect us with one heart.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Ha!
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Branch into song.
Ah, fuck. Oh, that's just tragic.
Settle.
For the everlasting forest.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in something! Hi!
Silence.
I am be
The tides beckon.
Yeah, so this team has a problem with the hydro application being too fast. So you end up losing you end up losing some blooms. Let's take a look at it with this now. Obviously, Albedo isn't buffed yet, so it's not going to be very good. But man, bro, this fucking 30% piece is gonna be insane. Holy. Cinnabar, Spindle. That.
Buckle up!
leave this
Burst forth. Moments of birth.
with one heart.
Probably don't need to burst here, but it's fine.
Receive my blessing.
So, what's the rotation gonna be? Wait, I need to get my fucking Albedo burst back.
Burst forth.
Okay. So, rotation is gonna be. Yeah, I think it's. Nebula E, Albedo EQ,
Witness my great undertaking.
Llama EQ,
By the frost moon of old.
Dea EE, Nebula burst,
Let the mighty be humbled.
skill like this. Oh,
Branch into so
man, the enemy dying mid rotation really fucks me over here for the energy. Let me put 5 on Albedo so we can just simplify the rotation. So,
forest, protect us for the everlasting.
Live.
Receive my blessing.
so Albedo E, or Nebula E, Albedo EQ, Llama EQ.
Your lost lamb. By the frost.
Let's get it on! Ha!
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Lush as the moon.
Bow your head.
Come into being. Witness my great undertaking.
Forest, protect us for the ever.
Look alive!
Settle down. The tides beckon.
Branch into song.
Live. Moments of birth.
By the frost moon of old.
Yeah, it's probably something like this.
Be sanctified.
Okay, let's actually play this team properly in content that doesn't suck too bad for it. Obviously, right, this is not with the albedo buffs yet, so this isn't gonna be too good. But I am kind of curious to see how the team feels as a whole. Then first side, we need Bloom. Ugh, fucking stupid on game, man. Yeah, bro. I have Lama on the other team, man. And I have my flop set on right on Dea. What am I gonna do, man? Fuck. Why even bother asking? Just put the Versa in the bag. I don't think she's on. My Serena's on Fab anymore, though. Oh, this is. Bro, I don't want to talk about this rotation. I think my Serena's on Cinnabar right now.
Mind the side of it.
Yep, she is.
Seems like an emergency.
It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Heads up. Hey! Headbutt. Hero incoming.
It's fine.
The light will never die. Coming to be. Feel the same shit.
You poor lost lamb with one heart.
I stand against the long
Let
night.
the mighty be humbled.
Merge the darkness.
Settle down.
Receive my...
The door.
Bow your
Burst forth. Moments of birth.
Leave this place. By the front.
Look alive.
the tides beckon. Settle down.
Lush as the moon.
Yeah, getting a hydrocrystallized past the first rotation seems really difficult.
Bow your head.
We got it here, because
Feel the same shit power.
Forest, protect us for the
it
everlasting.
just worked out, I guess.
Settle down.
Everlasting starlight. Dispel.
Receive my...
Be sanctified.
Burst forth. Moments of birth.
Leave this place with one heart.
Let's get it on.
My flower disappeared.
Coming to be.
It's fine.
Silence.
We didn't want to fucking test against this enemy anyways. We wanted to test against the next one.
Poor lost lamb.
Live.
Yeah.
Settle down.
Because this enemy just fucking dodges half your shit. It's just annoying.
belt a
It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Headbutt. Hi. Oof. Look out below. Hi. Yeah. Good. The doctor will see you.
A bitter pill to swallow.
What?
The doctor will see you now.
Whatever, man.
Charge! Yeah! Headbutt! Hero incoming!
Okay, so.
Bow your head.
Coming to be. Feel the same shit.
Leave this place. By the frost.
Hi!
Let the mighty be humble. Settle down.
Branch into so.
Fuck! Fuck!
Bow your head.
Live. Moment of birth.
For the
I pressed the E. My E was on cooldown.
Be sanctified. Silence.
Coming to be. Witness my great.
By the frostman of old. For
Let's get it on!
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Yeah, getting the last stack seems unreliable in these 24-second rotations. So I think you gotta go for a. Oh wait, does Albedo's flower not proc when the enemy's downed? That's so funny. So I think you gotta do 18-second rotations with only one llama swap. But then what would that look like? Like, Albedo E, or sorry, this,
Burst forth. Moment of birth.
this,
Look alive!
this,
for the everlasting forest.
this.
Be sanctified.
Live.
You poor lost lamb. By the frost.
Silence. The tides beckon.
Fuck.
Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
Forest, protect us with one.
Let the mighty be humbled. Settle down.
Coming to be. Moment of birth.
By the frostman of old.
The tides beckon.
You poor lost lamb.
Yeah. So we can definitely get these rotations down to below.
Silence. An oversight on my part.
To about 18 seconds with 3 negative charge attacks, I think.
Oof! Kapow! Yoo-hoo!
mind the side effects. Ta. Ta.
Ah,
I shed.
holy, is this fucking tabarnak. I should have just not brought a fucking bite. I should have just brought Nahida and not brought a healer. Baidu sucks ass at getting through this fucking shield, man.
A bitter.
I guess it'll be a lot less bad if I have his burst, but I don't have any fucking energy. So I can't get his burst. Bro, I am begging you, give me a fucking particle. Farina, thank you.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side effects. Ka.
Please don't do it again immediately. Fuck.
Taking a turn for the better. I'm sorry, Chung.
I give up. I get this shit is not fun. God. What a stupid enemy. I'll just fucking put Nahida, not put a healer, bench the fucking Farina. Just whatever, man. Cause like I want to do testing like multiple times. I'm gonna have to get through this too many times for it. Like it's gonna be worth just going to Nahida. The radish in the bag? What? Where's Damn? Damn. Nahida's a radish? Oh, I see. You have the set on Gilded? I do, but I don't want a fucking gear, man.
Strike a pop. This way, turtle. On my charge. Yeah. Charge. Yeah. Headbutt. Yeah. Committed to memory. You should quick as a flash. It's justice o'clock.
What are you doing?
This way, turtle. Faster, stronger. Charge. Yeah. Headbutt. It's justice o'clock. Strike a pose. Yeah. Look out below. Volcano kablam. Yep. Committed to memory. Controlled breathing. Stop. Headbutt. Charge. Yeah. Look out below. It's justice o'clock. Charge.
Yeah, so I think with the rotation I want to do is just gonna be
Bow your head.
this.
Witness my great under.
Forest, protect us for the ever.
Let's get it on. I stand
Be
against
sanctified. Silence.
You poor lost lamb.
Forgot the fucking albedo burst. Whatever.
Buckle up.
Oops.
Like the north wind.
The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Moment of birth.
Leave this place. By the frost.
Let's get it on.
Where the fuck is the big guy?
Silence. Let the mighty be humbled.
Burst forth. Witness my great under.
You poor lost lamb for the ever.
Look alive. Ha!
Bow your head.
Dispel the dark.
Ah no! my balls.
Silence.
Forest, protect us. With one heart, we pray.
Coming to be. Feel the sanction. Let's get it on.
Settle down.
Dude, I really don't like this enemy, man. Just get me out. Get me to the actual testing chamber, please. Sorry, give me a second. Gotta check something. Okay, sorry, chat. Okay. Oh my god. Don't look HP. Don't look stream.
Strike a pop. Grow, grow, grow.
I'll just use this burst then.
Stronger. Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof. Height. Yeah. Committed to memory. Yeah. Ha. Yeah. Charge. Yeah. Yeah.
Controlled breathing.
Hero incoming. This might hurt a little. This was unwise. Yeah. Hey. Headbutt.
What are you doing, Varessa?
Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof.
Okay, so you're really not gonna do any more Nefer testing? I will do Nefer testing, but it's not my priority right now. Nefer is pretty much exactly as strong as we expected, and she's already been pretty much solved in pre-TC. So Nefer testing is basically just getting a feel for her rotations and shit. So it's like, yeah, whatever.
Silence.
Moment of birth.
Leave this place. For the ever...
Kept alive. Hup.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
Burst forth. Ha.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled.
Albedo not blocking on this really ruins the team, by the way.
Live. Witness my great undertaking.
You poor lost lamb. With one heart.
Buckle up.
Be sanctified.
I think you can get 18-second rotation. So the problem is, like, Navidad balls, basically. right? Because, like, in an 18-second rotation, you can use 1.5 E per rotation, and you've spent enough time on Nevilet that you can kind of use his E off cooldown. But sometimes he prioritizes picking up the wrong balls. And you're just like, oh, well that sucks. But like, I guess if you start with E, then swap back, like swap to everyone, and then back to him. Use his burst, or use a charge attack. Then burst. Then E. Then use 2 charge attacks. Then swap back. Then swap back in. You're gonna have to use that next charge attack. So you can't really do this. Anyways. Regarding Nefer, is that a copy paste or an actual message? That looks like an actual message. No one else in chat is saying that. From what the chat said, she's arguably part of the top 3 team DPS with possibility of Combina buff. Her attack cancel mechanic is different, but it's not hard after you adjust to it. If you got or pretend to get... Pretend, I assume you mean like plan on, but whatever. To get Loma, you should be good. If not, reconsider. Versa Mawika might be the 3rd. I mean, that's kind of reasonable. Right now, Nefer is like... The 100 base EM buff was kind of enough to take Nefer from between Veresa and Skirk to on a similar level to Veresa, right? And I'm talking about this with the assumption that you are not doing Veresa wheelchair with Mawika spinning, right? Like optimized Mawika spinning on Veresa with like actual like frame perfect spins and shit is like 130k, right? Like that shit beats that shit is similar to fucking optimized Skirk. Non-optimized is like 120k. And non-Mawika spin is like 110k, right? With the nerfs, Nefer went from like a bit above 120k to like a bit above 110k. Did you get her? I didn't. When I tried her yesterday on someone else's account, it felt really bad. I didn't enjoy her gameplay. It's like there's not enough feedback. There's not enough audio-visual feedback for the things you're supposed to do. And it kind of feels like you're doing rotations in the air rather than against an enemy, right? It's like they need to give her charge attack a bit of hit lag or something, or make the visual effect for consuming a Verdant Dew to trigger a charge attack more obvious. It makes it feel smooth. It does feel smooth, but it also feels like I don't know when I fucked up, right? When I do my dash cancel too early, I don't notice until like a second and a half later when I register that I have more Verdant Dew than I'm supposed to. Which is a really awful feeling, right? Like, she feels smooth whether you do the cancels right or not, right? There should be a certain feeling of something having gone wrong when something goes wrong, but it just doesn't. And it makes it so that you can't really tell the difference between doing stuff right and doing stuff wrong, which makes it feel like you're always doing stuff wrong. Yeah, it's like like a Mawika combo feels awful when you do it poorly. Yeah, like, but with Mawika, because a combo isn't reliant on timing, like on your Verdant, on something that you have to see on screen with a Verdant do shit, it's easier to pay attention to the numbers, and then it's really easy to tell whether you're melting or not with Mawika. Is the number big or not, and that's it, right? But because there's so many numbers on screen, it's kind of hard to tell if you missed one, especially because like the Lunar Bloom number happens like so late.
It all adds up.
Like the Lunar Bloom number happens during the next charge attack, right? So you won't know you fucked it up until you've already inputted the next one. But like by the time you're inputting the next one, you're not paying attention to the one you just did anymore, right? I do think that like her combos can feel good.
No more lies. It all falls in between.
Yeah.
The deception ends here. Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of.
Yeah, and then there's also the fact that if enemies die, because Aino's application is so dog shit, Aino takes a while to get her next Hydro application, and so you just stop generating Verdant Dew, and you're like, hey, can I get my next charge attack, please? Yeah, I guess Aino C2 would help with that, huh?
the everlasting forest. No more lies. Let's see what you're made of.
On the rocks.
Seek within. It all falls into place.
Like, here, I gotta wait for the fucking do.
Chew on this.
Because the enemy died. I don't know, man. Was the character the good bar mechanic? I guess all the Natlan ones. I don't think all the Natlan ones are good. Okay, unironically, alright, and you're not gonna hear me say this shit, like, ever again, alright? But the way that Night Soul works on Mualani is probably the best one. It feels really interactive. Kinich? Nah, I don't like the way Kinich works. He's too, like, focused on breakpoints, and it makes so many of the actions that generate Night Soul on him feel like they're not gonna matter, right? Like, there's a lot of situations where going towards the fucking triangle on Kinich doesn't even, like, speed up your next skill, and it just feels bad. With Milani, the way that her Night Soul bar works, sometimes, because of the way it works, you will lose a chomp, sometimes even two. But, like, it feels very dynamic and interactive. Like, it feels like you are getting rewarded for doing the right thing and punished for doing the wrong thing. The fish mechanic is kind of fun. If Milani were a tiny bit more forgiving and getting 3 chomps, it would be fine. No, I think she would be a worse designed character if she was more forgiving. I think her being relatively unforgiving is good design. Like, I'm a big Milani hater because I think she feels awful to play. But I think that Milani definitely deserves to be in the game, right? She's a character that feels very different from most other characters. She's a character that rewards good gameplay, that has skill expression. I'm not the target audience for Milani, but the target audience for Milani deserves a Milani, basically, right? Like that's what I'm saying. It's just the sort of people that like to play Milani for like the challenge and the resetting and all that, right? I think it's good that sometimes they get characters tailored to them. I still think that they should fix the fucking bugs with her targeting and all, right? But targeting aside,
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose.
want to check something, chat. Since we're talking about Maloney, yeah, getting past this first one is gonna suck ass, huh? Whatever. It is what it is. We'll take like a minute and a half on this Phantasm. It's okay.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Feel the same.
Oh wait, you know what? I should have built my Daya for damage.
Gloves off.
Coming to be. Moment of birth.
Hi. Cha. Let the mountain's veins boil.
Burst forth.
Because I wanna test a rotation, pretending like we have Durin on the team here. So like,
Bring it.
Coming to be. Witness my great up.
Look alive.
Catch an epic wave! Let's ride!
yeah, this is gonna be a little sus, huh? I should not be testing this in Abyss. I should just be going in Overworld. So Molani, Shilonen, Albedo, Daya.
All right.
Let's ungear a little. Yeah. So I guess you do like.
Bring it. Let's get it on. Hi.
Surf's up! Woohoo!
Feel this ancient power. Coming to be.
Let's shred, Sharky! Let's ride!
Yeah.
Got this. I got
Rotation probably looks something like this, but I don't think you can get another 3 chomps without the rotation going real long. Also, let's give her Fob instead for now, just so we don't have to worry about burst. without the... We're gonna have to restart this.
Burst forth.
Bring it. Buckle up.
Let's ride.
1, 2, 3.
Need a
Moments of birth. Coming to be.
Bro! He's fucking moving out of my shit, man. Why is he doing this to me?
Live.
Let's get it on.
Let's ride.
We're not getting the vapes here, but that's fine.
Amazing. Surf's up.
Bring it.
Bro!
Hear the echoes of the valley.
He's just refusing to stay no matter where I put them! What the fuck? How? He just goes the opposite. It's like he can fucking smell the flower. Fucking flower hate. Who hates flowers?
Burst forth.
Carving
What am
way.
I doing?
Book alive.
The Jeff found a way to make Milan even more cooked to play. But, like, it's not. This is... The reason why this is so fucking annoying is because Deya's not Durin, okay? Deya's complete fucking utter dog shit.
Live.
Buckle up.
Let's ride. Woohoo!
Witness my great undertaking. Coming.
Catch an epic wave. Whoosh! Carving waves. Amazing. Surf's up.
Bring it.
I'm pretty sure this is way too long. Right, so we start the rotation basically at like 3 point something, at 4. Right? The 4 is 0. We would start our Durin uptime at 8. Oh, you guys can't even see the timer. GG. Which means the Durin uptime expires at 28 on the recording. Alright? So, start, like, for now, we're vaping, no problem. We go to our things. Alright? It's now been 20 seconds. We're at 24. Okay, and the last application would have happened after this chomp. So this would be a 5 chomp rotation. And it lasts about 22 seconds. Yeah, okay. 23 seconds. Uh... Okay. If Albedo is C2, can you do 6 chomps? I guess so, yeah. Albedo C2 actually matters a lot in this team, huh? And you get full uptime on the EM buff, too, instead of only half uptime. Holy fuck. That's crazy. Is there a chance they'll nerf those buffs? Yeah, that's very, very possible. Like 100%. Will they? I don't know. Right? I don't know how strong they want these characters to be. Right? These aren't new characters. These are old characters getting buffed, and we don't really have a precedent for that. Like, John Lee precedent isn't like much of a precedent, really. So, like, we can tell how good they are with the current numbers, but we don't know how good they want them to be, so we don't know how likely it is that those numbers change, right? None of the new stuff is, like, actually affecting the top meta teams, other than maybe High Constellation, Mona, and Moika teams. Maybe. Maybe. But those rotations are going to be sus as hell to play, and no healer on the team. Is it possible to do EN3 burst and 3 on Milani to get the Obsidian crit rate on burst? Yeah. I mean, that's what this rotation was doing, right? Like, we swapped out in the middle, so it was kind of hard to notice. But the Obsidian buff lasts for 6 seconds, and Milani's skill cooldown is 6 seconds. So when we swap back to Milani here, and we use the burst, right? Because our skill is on cooldown, that means we still have the crit rate buff. And if we do better execution, we'll be able to get the burst to hit before the 6 seconds are over, so you'll have the crit rate buff. Anyways. How is Lisa not in the Hexen Circle? She hates witches. She's a witch that hates witches. Based. Fuck witches. All my homies hate witches. Except Razor. Razor gets a witch pass. let me check something real quick, chat. Sorry, I'm like all over the place right now. Sorry, chat. Might as well let you guys see what I'm looking at right now. Sorry, chat. Okay, sorry, chat. Y'all. I've seen one Shalona. I don't know if it's better to pull for C2 or pull for Durin. Honestly, don't pull for either of them. My goodness. So true. You're not gonna get that much benefit from going for either of those, honestly. How good is C2 Albedo? Pretty decent now, actually. It's not worth going for over a carry con, but like, if you somehow got it because you got baited in the past, it's not worthless anymore. And if you're at C1 because you got baited in the past, getting the C2 from the constellation selector is actually a pretty good idea. Should I get a brand new Albedo? No, you should not. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a fucking Mondstadt Chronicled rerun with the Hex and Circle buffs. Imagine. Okay, chat, is there a team where Mona is actually better than Albedo for Hex and Circle stuff? Cause like for Molani, I'm getting Albedo over Mona. Mona with cons higher than Albedo, but versus C0 Mona, Albedo fucking mogs her ass. Mona, Venti, Fischl, Durin. I don't know about that. Yeah, Durin is just kind of a fraud, man. I don't know. Is Durin bad? Kinda. But, like, he's not bad, right? Like, this is good team DPS. But it's like... You look at this team, for example, right? This is what the DPS is at. We can take a look at what the DPS would be at if Albedo didn't get the buff. Right? Right, and it's like, the Albedo buff is adding 20k DPS to the team. Right? Just Durin isn't actually increasing Molani's team power. It's Durin plus Albedo, or Durin plus Mona. And the reason why Durin's good here isn't because Durin's kit is good, it's because you need 2 witches to activate the witch passives. And the witch passives from Albedo and Mona are really good. But that means he's gonna be so easy to replace if we ever get actual good pyro witches. Right, like if Alice isn't, like if Alice has any sort of off field, Durin's gonna get benched, man. Can't Mona plus Albedo activated on their own? The problem with that is if you go Mona plus Albedo for hydro carries, your last slot needs to be pyro, and then you don't have any shred, right? And no shred at all is pretty bad. Why not Sugos instead of Shilonen? Because straight up, Shilonen is better. I think I looked at Sugos somewhere too. Yeah, I had Sugos here. I guess compared to the 22-second team. But going Sucrose makes your Albedo and your Durin damage a lot lower because you don't get the Pyro Shred. You don't get Geo Resonance for Geo Shred. You don't get the damage bonus for Geo, right? So Albedo's damage tanks by like 8k. Durin's damage tanks by like 5k. But like also... Molani's damage isn't even really higher, it's basically the same. Yeah, and you don't have a healer anymore as well. Like, straight up, Albedo's just too good. Yeah, if you're not using Albedo and you're using Mona instead, Sucrose isn't a major loss anymore. because you don't have albedo damage to lose anymore. And it becomes pretty similar. Right? Like, Sucrose Mona is pretty similar to Shilona and Albedo. But that's a healerless team, so it's gonna feel really awful to play. Did he count Mona, Sucrose, Mawika, Molani? I didn't. I suppose I should. Yeah, I guess I should count that one too. Wait, what was the team again? Already forgot. Mona, Sucrose, Mawika, Molani. Mona, Sucrose, Mawika, Molani. I wonder if Mona's better than Albedo here. I'll be right back, chat. What would the rotation be like? Like, Mona... Oops. Mona, EQ. Mawika, EQ. Mona, N4. Sucrose, N1E. Molani? Probably? Does that work? So you want a Mawika E, Sucrose E? No, you don't care about the Power Swirl, honestly. It extends your rotation too much, and it makes you lose Pyro application later into your rotation. That's not... Alright, so you do Mona EQ,
Fate is upon you.
Mawika EQ,
Blazing sun!
1, 2, 3, 4.
Stand clear. Surf's up. Check this out. Best of luck. Delved into
Yeah, you can do this.
written in the stone.
I don't think you spin on Mawika at all then. So, Mona EQ, Mawika EQ, Sucrose E, and 1.
Let's ride. Amazing. Woohoo! Amazing. Catch an epic wave.
Mona EQ. Maoika EQ. Yeah. Yeah, this is solid actually. This team works, it feels pretty good. It actually feels great. Like, this feels fucking amazing. For the rotation. I'm surprised at how good it feels. Let me give her 5 just so I can just check the rotation properly. No healer. Yeah, I mean that's something you gotta fucking accept. But you can do Proto Amber Mona no problem in this team, which is nice. Right? There's nothing preventing you from doing Proto Amber. Proto Amber, like, it's not like Mona has another good weapon. Alright, so you Mona EQ, Maoika EQ, Mona N4, Sucrose EN1, Milani.
Check this out. Vessel up. Leave my space.
Yeah. Aren't Mona ER requirements a big cook? No, because you're using her E, you're catching her own particles, and you're using a Milani E. Because, like, look. If you Mona EQ, Maoika EQ, and then swap back to Mona, you catch the particles on her. Never seen before catching Mona's own particles tech. Like, that never fucking happens.
Shadows of fate, decided by destiny.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky!
1, 2, 3, 4.
Animal test 6308. Woohoo! Surf's up. Fate is upon you.
Yeah, so it's 18 seconds on the rotations where you don't have the burst. And it's plus 2 seconds when you do, so if you burst every other rotation, it's a 19-second average rotation. Yeah, it is. With the Mona C2 charge attack, reduce the number of normals needed to 2. It would be to 3, right? I think. Because you want to get the 4 stacks. One thing I'm worried about is if the Omen uptime is actually going to be long enough for this. It probably isn't, right? Because it's now 13 seconds uptime. But
Written in the stars.
the Omen pops at 57. So it's there until... I forgot the fucking N4. It's there until 44 if it pops at 57.
Let me scribe. Decided by destiny.
Okay, it pops at 56 here.
Light of the blazing...
Animal test 63. Let's ride.
You get 1 chomp. Yeah, you get 2 chomps before Omen expires. Only. That's a bit ass, huh?
Hey.
In that case...
Delve into
Pyroclastic surge!
fate is upon you. Amazing.
Yeah, this is probably what you do. This is probably just what you do. Give up on the Omen for Moika Burst. Which is a crazy thing to say in 2025, man. I'm pretty sure it's optimal to Mona Burst after Maoika, not before. But yeah, so
Shadows of
Rise with the sun! Light of the blazing...
we burst at the Omen pops at 54 at 53.
absorption test.
So we'll have it until 40.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so we get it for all the chomps. Yeah, I think actually you do an 18-second consistent rotation and you alternate 2 chomps plus a burst with 3 chomps. Right? That way you also get full sucrose uptime.
Let me scrub.
Pyroclastic surge!
Written in the stars.
It pumps at 53.
Surf's up. Delve into destiny.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky!
Fate is upon you. Animal test 60. Carving way.
Sucrose buffs are happening at 31. Okay, so we lose the EM buff for the last chomp, but we still have the shred. Yeah, so it's Mona E, Malika EQ, Mona Q and 4, and 3 if you have C2. Molani, 3 hits, 3 chomps, or 2 plus Q. And then, yeah, Molani here, Mona here. Okay, let me copy a Molani thing here and just adjust everything. Still no Klee. I think we will do Klee today.
What missions do I still have to finish? Let's see.
Yeah, so... Okay, so we have Sucrose, Malika, Mona. I also want to look at Sucrose, Malika, Albedo, but I don't think that'll be as good. Because we don't have Geo-Resonance, and we have less energy generation from Molani. So we probably burst every 3 rotations, not every 2. Okay. So, HP percent, we have double HP, we have Hydro Resonance. Damage percent, what do we have? We have Codex. Full uptime Codex. We have Mona, full uptime Mona. We have Mawika, but we do Mawika before Mona burst, so the uptime on Mawika buff isn't that good. It's gonna be like 20. We have Cinder City from Mawika, so that's 40. Would Mona steal Vave from Molani in some way here? No, because we E at the very start. So Mona's E pops during the N4, and then she doesn't have off-field application. The potential issue with this team is AoE. In AoE, Sucrose is not gonna wipe Hydro, she's gonna strengthen it. But you'll just adjust your rotation accordingly, I guess. Anyways, okay, so what other sources of damage percent do we have? We have Codex, 2-piece. We have Mona Omen. We have Mawika, Buff, and Cinder City. We have Widsith average for now. I think that's it. And all of these buffs apply to both Molani skill and burst. Sucrose damage percent. You are right. I forgot about that. She doesn't get both buffs though. She only gets the non-witch one, which is 40 divided by 7. Isn't Hard Sword special in that it doesn't change in AoE? It doesn't deal AoE damage, but it still swirls the element. Anyways, crit value is what it's supposed to be. EM, we have Albedo buff still. We need to take that out. This team cannot go Instructor Mona. That's a problem, I guess, huh? Yeah, I guess that kind of sucks. No, being able to go Instructor Mona is kind of a big deal. Why not? Mona won't be proccing a reaction. Your Hydro is going to be too persistent. Scroll Mona, if she's not proccing a reaction for Instructor, she's not proccing a reaction for Scroll. But also, Mawika's already on Scroll. I guess Mona just goes on a fucking damage build. What about Forest Regalia? You need to trigger a Dendro reaction for Forest Regalia, so it won't work. Tenacity? Molani doesn't scale with attack, so Tenacity doesn't help her. Serenade? We don't have a moon sign. No Nutcry characters. Noblesse doesn't scale with attack. 60 EM still? No, 60 EM is for Nascent Gleam, not for no Gleam at all. No Gleam at all gets nothing from this set. The healing set since she has Proto Amber. Okay, honestly, like, I feel like you're kind of saying that as a joke, but that might be the play, yeah. Like, straight up clam Mona. I saw an interesting poll by Vomfi on Twitter showing how many people have Mona C4+. We can take a look at that. I'm actually kind of curious. I'll have Vomfi, one of Vomfi's posts open. Razor is getting nerfed for sure. I can't. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a lot. I mean, the data is skewed, obviously, but still. Wait. Codex, VV, Cinder, Scroll. Emblem, Song of Days Past, Clan. We'll look at all three, I guess. Instructor? She can't proc the Instructor in these rotations. You won't end up with Pyro on the enemy ever. Changing your rotation to proc Instructor makes you lose Sugos VD uptime, which is not worth it. What about Exile? It could actually be Exile. But the thing is, I don't know if Exile gets you to an energy breakpoint. The only character who actually cares about energy on the rest of the team here is Molani. But Molani ER requirements, I don't think, are really affected by Exile. Right? Because, like, it's 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 2, 1.2. Molani generates 4.5 average. Mona generates 3.33 average. Sucrose is 4. They're caught by Molani. Mawika is 5. They're caught by Mawika. Clear particles here. We don't have any, actually. We don't have any 5s on the team. Her burst cost is 60. And so the ER requirements for burst every rotation versus burst every other rotation. Right? Are this. Right? So you're not building 200 ER, so you just burst every other rotation with no ER requirements. But if you get the refund from Exile, anyone know by heart how much energy refund you get from Exile? Because I don't. It's 6 energy, right? It makes your ER requirements subversive every rotation 177, but like that's still too much. That's still not worth it. You know? You still don't want to build ER with this. Like, Milani's burst is good, but not 177 ER good. Scholar. No, it's not good enough. Why not just Noblesse? Because we're attack buffing a scroll Mawika that's not VV'd. And that's it. At that point, I'm pretty sure Emblem is better. Doesn't Scholar want to be on field? In this rotation, Mona catches her particles. But you only get one proc of this, so it's just 3 energy. So it's fucking worthless. Yeah, no. Exile is not the play. We log that in. We do not go Exile. What are Mona's energy requirements? So, Mona's energy requirements. She catches her own particles. She doesn't catch Molani's. She doesn't catch Sucrose's. She doesn't catch Mawika's. She could catch Mawika's, actually. There's no reason not to, now that I think about it. Just Mawika QE instead of EQ, so you get to battery the particles into Mona. And ER requirements at around 200. Actually, no, because we're using Proto Amber. How much energy refund do you get from Proto Amber? Again. Like, you don't have to do Proto Amber. You could just do a fucking straight up damage weapon. But having healing on the team is gonna be, like, actually impactful, I think. Right, especially because Proto Amber heals a percentage of, like, each individual character's HP. Which means that on HP scalers like Molani that build a lot of HP, these healing ticks are actually going to be kind of popping, you know? Alright, 18% HP on Molani is, like, she's at 40k, so it's like 8k. Like, that's impactful, you know? That's one attack negated, basically. That's actually impactful. It's not enough to deal with very aggressive enemies, but for enemies that aren't too aggressive, it actually is enough. Anyways, so it's 18 energy refund. So Mona's ER requirements is 140, and she gets 32 from her Ascension. Thank you for the raid. So basically, she has no ER requirement. I guess you don't go Emblem, then. Fuck, what do you go? At the 18 to Molani? No. This is not energy refund to the team. This is just to the wielder. Bro, Proto Ember would be way too good if it restored energy to the team. It would just be a 5 weapon, but better. Gilded? But she's not reacting. Okay, is there ever a world where with C6 Mona, you go Shimenawas? Because her personal damage at C6 is mostly going to be that C2 proc. Right? And her ER requirements are pretty trivial. And she gains... Like, going ER Sands on Mona doesn't feel too bad. Wanderers per chance. Yeah, I mean, 35 damage percent isn't that bad. But this is a team that already has so much damage percent that you're probably better off going 2-piece attack at that point. I'm pretty sure you're better off going 2-piece attack. Like, this is probably an attack goblet Mona angle. What's the difference between Llama Hyperbloom and Nefer Llama? Just in terms of DPS, they're not that far apart. But Nefer Llama is probably going to get better with Columbina. Llama Hyperbloom probably won't. And Nefer Llama scales a lot better with vertical investment if you want to go for cons or signature weapons. Or and also just like with insane artifact quality, like top 0.1% build for Nefer Llama gains more than top 1% build for Llama Raiden. Why would 2B's attack be better than Emblem? In this team, Mona's ER requirements is 142%. And Mona's Ascension stat is energy recharge. So she has 132 baseline. With Emblem, she already has all the ER she needs. And then it's just the damage percent that you get from Emblem, which is around, at 150, it's 30%. But it doesn't apply to her charge attacks, which at C6 are actually a significant portion of the damage. Even at C2, it's already a good portion of the damage. But also, she's already so fucking saturated on damage percent that you're considering attack goblet. An artifact set that gives you 30 damage percent just kind of doesn't do that much, right? Emblem is good on characters that have high ER requirements or that actively need the 2-piece to reach their ER requirements, right? Like a character with 150% ER requirements that doesn't have ER Ascension and that is burst damage focused still likes Emblem because the 2-piece is useful. But on Mona in this team, the 2-piece isn't useful. The 20% ER doesn't help you because getting 10% ER from substats is pretty fucking trivial. Anyways, by the way, right, I'm pretty sure that what you're actually going to want to do is healing set, either Clam or Song of Days Past with healing circlet. Because that's like basically 4k more healing on Molani, which is going to make things feel so much more comfortable. Like 12k healing per rotation on Molani is like 2 hits, not 1. And Molani gets hit a lot. Maidens Mona build for damage. Well, there's no reason to go Maidens and build damage. If you want damage and healing, go Song of Days Past or Clam. You swap off Mona before her charge attack hits? I mean, why? Do you want to get the C1 extra damage from when you're off field? You're not really gonna get from just a normal charge attack. I don't think you can. From a C2 proc, I think you can, but your charge attack won't vait because your normal attack vait. Actually, if you N1 burst N1, is your normal attack still on cooldown? Ooh, I want to check that. If your N1, if your normal attack is is the burst animation longer than 2.5? I don't know. Because if you get the N1 before ICD reset, then the N1 won't vape, so the charge attack will vape. Wait, I want to try that.
quite flattered.
Sure.
Oh, Zhongli's dead. Poor Zhongli.
Solidify.
Boba, get the... Written in the stars.
I couldn't tell. That bait, yeah. Damn. I wasn't that quick on my execution, though. Wait, no! It didn't vape! Wait, did it vape? Or did I do N2? I think I did N2 and the N2 vaped.
Gather.
Nice and spicy. Fate is upon you.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait! Chad, this is tech! This is good tech! Wait, this is insane for C6 Mona carry, actually. That doesn't matter for this team. Right? Because you're not trying to bait Mona's shit here. But this is insane for C6 Mona carry. All that TCing for 3k DPS? Bro, this is like 30k DPS, man. Right? Because with the new buffs, the C2 makes it so that your first N1 after burst is guaranteed to proc the C2, so you get a charge attack. And at C6, that charge attack fucking nukes the enemy, man. But the problem is that you can't get it. Because the N1 will vape. But if this is tech that allows the N1 not to vape, because it's still on ICD from the N1 you did before the burst, that's insane for her. Like, that's actually insane. It's gonna be really hard to do, though. But it looks like C6 Mona carry is just gonna be better Molani. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, you just do a regular held charge attack. I mean, I guess you can. But you can't do that many because of stamina. So this is basically one more charge attack. Right? Because you're actually gated by stamina in that team. So having one more charge attack that doesn't cost stamina is a pretty big deal. Will it be a bigger nuke than Maoika Burst? No. No, calm down. But like, it's gonna be a chill little like 500k per charge attack, and she can get like 5 to 6 per rotation. Like, it's not gonna be bad, man. Maybe more like 400k. It's gonna depend on the setup you use. Sugarose is gonna be too cringe to use, I think. So, anyways, let's keep going with the Milani stuff here. So we have 80 EM from substats. This was 80 EM from Widsith, yeah. Do we have any other EM? We have Sucrose. Sucrose is on a full EM build. But we only get it on 2/3 of our damage. Right? The EM buff expires for the last chomp. EM multiplier here is this, yeah. Mono can benefit from TDDS? Yeah. If you're playing Mono Carry. We'll look at Mono Carry stuff as well. The biggest problem is I don't know if the Pyro app can line up so that you have Pyro on the enemy when you N1, then you reapply Pyro during burst animation, and then you have Pyro to evade that charge attack after. I think that might be an issue. It's gonna be possible, but it's gonna rely on good timing. So, yeah. His endurance up like Seat Lollies. It's a bit slower, actually. Sounds like a Shanling angle more than Mawika. Oh, we're not looking at Mawika. We're looking at Durin. But I guess you don't need to go Durin, right? Yeah, just put the Albedo in the bag. Bench that fraud Durin. And do Mawika. Mawika shouldn't be too slow. Whatever, we'll take a look at that later. For now... Doesn't Durin not even shred Hydro? Yeah, Durin is for the Witch bonus, not for... Witch bonus on a unit that isn't really that much worse than the other Pyro Applicators. He's not there for shred or damage. He's just there because Witch bonus. But if you can get Witch bonus from someone else, then you don't really need to use him. Anyways, effective HP, yeah. Motion value. So we have 3 chomps. No. We have 2.5 chomps average. And we have... 2 A4 stacks Molani burst every other rotation. And our rotation length is 18. Okay. I mean, we might as well split. No, whatever. Okay. Mawika. What am I doing? Characters. 359 base. Serpent Spine. Why 2.5 chomps? Because you always do 3 hits. When you have burst, you do 2 chomps and burst. When you don't have burst, you do 3 chomps. So if you burst every other rotation, you do 3 chomps every other rotation and 2 chomps for the other one. Okay, this is definitely attack sans Mawika. 30% attack from her passive, 40% dam... No, yeah. What else do we get here? I feel like that's it, right? She vapes, so why attack sans? Because you have EM bonuses on the team and you have no Bennett. So she's not saturated on attack. Right, if you don't go attack sense, she's at 1600 attack. Yeah. Anyways, damage percent. So, what do we have? We don't have Codex. No. 60% here. How long does Sucrose's new buffs last? Is it the same duration as the Ascension passives? I don't know. OmniGCAD is slow today. Guess there's a lot of people using it. It probably is, right? So she probably doesn't have good uptime on it. We don't have Widsith. We don't have Mona Omen on the burst. What was this 20% from? From Molani? What was this 20 damage percent from? That was Mawika stuff. Yeah, so Mawika's own stuff is 40. Cinder City is 40. And that's it for damage percent on the burst, right? And then on the skill, we have the same. We don't have her own thing. You forgot attack subs? No. We've got 20% attack. We don't have a Noblesse or TOM on the team. Anyways. So we got Cinder City. On her skill, we have Omen. What else do we have for damage percent? Sucrose also on her skill. Mona C1, we're not looking at Mona. Yeah, and then we have Goblet and Serpent Spine, and that's it. Grid value. Grid multiplier. EM. Yeah, this is going to be a little weird, because, like, the EM multiplier is going to be different for skill and for burst. But I guess you only get, like, 2 skill hits vaped, so it's not really that big of a deal. Whatever. Effective attack is this. And then for the second one, it's this. And then the third one, okay. Okay, so this is vaped burst. This is vaped skill. And crit multiplier. So we just removed the EM multiplier here. This is unvaped skill. Motion value burst is 756.2 plus 2.7 times 200 times 1.5 because it's vaped. Motion value skill 126.5 plus 217.6 times 2. We get 2 vape skill hits and 4 unvaped skill hits. Right? So then this would be Marika UE. Yeah, for the shred, we don't fucking have any. So Marika's burst is hitting for 130k. So Marika personal DPS at around 12k here. It's a little pathetic, but that's kind of expected, honestly. And then finally we have Mona. For now, we'll look at Emblem Mona, but I know it won't be that good, and I'll look at the other stuff later. So 287 base plus 510 from Proto Amber. Attack percent, we go attack sense. Is it attack? Probably not. It's probably attack damage. Maybe. Whatever. Let's look at attack for now. Okay, damage percent. What do we have? We actually do have Mawika's bonus at like 30%. We have Cinder City. We don't have this. We don't have anything from our weapon. We have Omen. We have... For now, Emblem. So 150, 160 times 25%. Is it 25? It is, right? Yeah. And then on the non-burst, on the normal attack, we just don't have this. I guess we should have damage percent 3 for the skill, which doesn't get Omen or Mawika. Anyways, crit value, we don't have crit ascension, we don't have crit weapon. Pretty much, the EM doesn't really matter here. Oh yeah, also, there's something I gotta check. I gotta check how the like new Mona stack thingies line up in this rotation with QE instead of EQ. Alright, so Mona E, this QE.
Written in the stars. Stand clear.
That's a bit annoying. If you QE instead of EQ, Mawika gets the things. Right, if you EQ,
Burn it down! Wrath from the sky!
Fate is upon you. Absorption.
actually no, you still have the same problem. I guess it's just an execution thing, right?
Shadows of
Light of the blazing sun! Full throttle!
written in the stars. Stand clear.
Yeah, you're always gonna get it on Mawika, huh? Will the power obligation be enough with this rotation? Yeah, it will. But yeah, I guess that means we get EM multiplier on Mawika for the skill hit. plus 20%. Bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Maybe. No, that shouldn't. Yeah. Okay. Then this Mona burst does not react, so we don't have this shit. Yeah. Motion value on Mona burst is 752. On Mona normal attacks, 63.9, 61.2, 76.2, 95.5. Skill, 54.4 times 4, 226. And then the shred, we don't have shred for any of it, yeah. Mona personal DPS is at 3k. Total. Yeah. So it's at about 100k. Let's take a look at Clam. Artifacts. Ocean hued clam. Alright, so it's 90% of the healing is converted, and we're not gonna cap it. So Clam. Wait, what? Oh. Clam. Clam is true damage, right? Yeah. Well, it's not, it ignores defense. It's like reservoir of damage. So the amount of healing is 18% of the total HP on your team, which is about 100k, right? Because it's about 40k on Molani, and it's about 20k on everyone else. Right? I don't have gear on my characters right now, but it's gonna be about that, yeah. So about 100k total. Of 100,000. And that's the amount of healing we do. And times 0.9 times 0.9. So our clam is hitting for 15,000 in total. We do get healing bonus though. So times 1 plus 15% healing bonus. Yeah. This is better than Emblem. Then oops. If we do healing bonus circlet as well. You lose out on like 200 DPS, but you get significantly better healing, so I think it's worth it. But yeah, compared to the other C0 Mona stuff with Durin Shilonen, it's not far behind actually. It's very similar. How is Mona healing with Prototype Amber? Yeah, and then now we can take a look at the higher con stuff for Mona. So Mona C1, we get plus 15%. Here, we get plus 24% here. That's it. Mona C2, we get 80 Elemental Mastery. Is it full uptime? I don't think so, right? Character, no. Why is Mondstadt selected, right? Whatever. Oh, right, it's not here. Mona. Character buffs. C2. 12 seconds. It is full uptime, actually, yeah. Okay. So plus 80 on this. Then Malika also gets that, but only on the on-field skill hits. No, he doesn't really get it, actually. But then we also have motion value from an additional charge attack hit on Mona. Which is 255. Yep. Then we have Mona C4. So we get burst down levels, 885. We get full uptime, 30 crit value on Molani. Yep. And then Mona C6, where we get the skill. $64 to $66. And we get ×2 here. And plus 180% here. Yeah, I guess the C6 doesn't do too much on this team. Because you're not vaping or stuff, and you're not really building her for damage, or on-fielding her too much. Yeah, compared to other C4 Mona stuff, it's actually very similar again, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Durin is just a fraud, man. It is what it is. Should we look at Pyro MC as well? Pyro MC won't be far behind. It will be behind, but it won't be too far behind. Is there anyone else we would want to use over Pyro MC that would work well? Not really, right? Maybe Toma, actually. But Toma rotation length is dependent on the enemy attacking you, so it's a little sus. Hmm. Yeah, let's just do PNC. Is what it is. 212 plus 454. Probably just go 5. Wait, no, PMC doesn't last long enough, does he? I just realized. I'm pretty sure it doesn't last long enough. I don't have PMC right now anyways. Hmm. Yeah, I guess you can't do that. I guess it is just Toma then. Or like Sack Dea maybe? What if it's Xinyan? Because Xinyan Burst might allow you to do the Mona C6 tech thing that vapes the guaranteed charge attack. Eh, whatever. Let's just look at Dea, Sack Dea. I guess she is on scroll still, so we kind of lose a lot of damage percent, right? So instead of the 20 average from Maoika and 40 from scroll, we just get 12 from scroll. That is such a massive loss. And the Dea personal damage is like nothing. Yeah, no, this shit is just gonna suck ass, I guess. Damn. No, okay, fuck that then. Yeah, Pyro MC doesn't last long enough, and the other Pyros are just too much worse for damage. Klee doesn't have all field application with her skill. Stop fucking assuming the enemy moves into your bomb conveniently at the right moment. That doesn't happen. Oh, time for Klee. I thought you were asking for Klee in this team. Okay. I guess. I don't know. Not yet. I'm not done with Maloney stuff. Hmm. Double Baron Bunny, Instructor Amber. Oh god. Like, rely on the first Baron Bunny for this, like, Amber Burst for the first vape, first Baron Bunny for the second vape, second Baron Bunny for the third vape. Is that the plan here? Right, like
Let me scry. Fate is upon you. Yeah. Delved into. Get him. Decided by destiny. Animo test 60. No escape.
it explodes too early there, huh?
Let me scry. Written in the stars. Go, go. No one escapes my carving waves. Woohoo!
Okay, there might be something here, actually. So it's Mona EQ. Mona EQ,
Fate is upon you.
Baron Bunny,
Hey!
or normal attacks.
Stand clear. No escape. Get him. Let's ride. Amazing.
That works. Chad, that works. Chad, that works. But Amber's skill cooldown is 12, so you're forced into a 24-second rotation, which is pretty fucking slow.
Written in the stars. Absorption test. Let it rain. Get him. Carving waves. Shadows of fate. Decided by destiny. Animo test 60. Go, go, Baron Bunny. No escape.
Yeah, we fucked it up there because we had to wait for burst. We didn't have enough VR on Amber. Can you sucrose burst every other rotation? Maybe. Yeah. Right, like...
Let me scry. Fate is upon you. Ha! Absorption test. No one escapes my. Let's ride.
That probably hydro infuses before we apply enough pyro, though. So maybe not. But I guess in single target you can swirl off the hydro, maybe? I don't know. I think that's too dank for me, though. If the enemy isn't promo Hydra, you can N1E burst. You can't because Mona's skill hasn't finished hitting when you're doing this. anyways. Okay, is it time to look at Klee? I think it's time to look at Klee. Alright, so... So is the max 3 new, by the way? Were you always able to get to stack them up? Or is this a new thing? Yeah, no, that's a new thing. During Klee's burst, her normal attack sequence doesn't reset. When she performs the third normal attack in the sequence, an explosive spark will be consumed to unleash coordinated attack blast. Is that just a charge attack? Or does that have separate scaling? Like, do we know if there's a separate number for this? Because, like, it has a specific name, so it could have a separate number for this. But, like, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's on the video dim recorded. Oh, it's unlisted now. GG. Alright, whatever. For now, we'll just assume that it's an actual charge attack. And if it's not, then it's not. And things will be different, and it is what it is. Anyways. So, each time Klee deals damage with skill, normal or burst, she gains a stack. When she has stacks, her charge attacks deal 1.5 times damage. Okay. So, Klee. How many normal attacks do you get if you just normal attack spam on Klee? I actually don't know. If you just do N3 spam, like how many do you get in an uptime? How long would you stay on her actually? Oh, actually, before we look at that, there was another thing about Razor I wanted to check. I wanted to look at Eon-San C6 here instead of official. So we lose the 45%. Wait, no, we can't do that. I'm an idiot. Yeah, that doesn't work. We need the Hexen Circle buff. What am I fucking yapping about? Is he an idiot? Never mind. Yeah, that's not, that doesn't need to get count then. Klee normal attack. Maybe there's someone just fucking posting a video of Klee normal attacking. No, all the Klee combos are people actually doing cancels, but I want to see no cancels because like that's what you want now. But everyone's doing N1W. Fuck. Oh, finally I found an instance of someone doing N3. So wait, so how many, if I go frame by frame on YouTube, how many frames are there in a second? So we're at 10. So this frame is 10, so this is 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. It is 60 FPS. Okay. Okay. So we'll look at this N3 string. Okay, and we will start from when her foot lifts from the ground. So that's the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. 6, 7, 8, 9, 80. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 110. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 120. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 130. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 140. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That fuck. We can't start from that frame. It's about 140 something. 148 according to KQM. Oh, that makes sense actually. So let's just say 2.5 seconds. We rounded up to 150. 2.5 seconds. Right? So if we EQ and then N3 spam, okay, I need them. I want to see the burst animation and how long it takes. Okay, they don't use the fucking burst. Maj. GG. But like, EQ is probably about 3 seconds. And then each string is gonna be another 2.5. Right? So if we do like Bennett, Traveler's Fischl. Right? We probably do a 15-second rotation, right? But that uses flea burst every other rotation, because otherwise the requirements are too high, I think. Well, she does gain a bunch of energy. What are the ER requirements? 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 2, 1.2. Her own particles is characters, Lee, 4. This rotation is probably gonna be Chevreuse, Bennett, Fischl, her, right? So she doesn't get any of the other characters' particles batteried into her. So, is Chevreuse 4 or 5? I forgot. It's 4. So 4 from Chevreuse, 2.25 from Bennett. Fischl, 12 hits times 60%. So 7 total. 5 on Klee, 6 on Klee, 2 on the rest, probably. Or 1 on the rest. Clear particles. We've got 1 Fav on the team. Refund, cost, ER. Refund, we get... if we do a 15-second rotation, right? Bennett Chevreuse Fischl is like 4 to 5 seconds of setup. Then Klee EQ is like 3. Right? So we have like basically 12 to 13 seconds of Klee field time after that. If we want to do 20-second rotations. So with 20-second rotations, 20-second rotation, we would get 5 and 3s, right? So 5 charge attacks, so 10 energy refund. I guess our ER requirement isn't too high, but this kind of feels like ass though, because this is too high for just substats without going out of your way to get them. I mean, why would you do 20-second? Her burst is 15. I guess because her skill is 20, but like, you have 2 stacks. So it takes a while before it actually becomes a problem. This is probably still worth going for, though. But yeah, actually, now you get less charge attacks, though, right? Because we get Yeah, we get 3 and 3s now. Ew. Or your guard is 144. Oh, that doesn't feel good. What about N1W? You literally cannot N1W anymore. Because her normal attack string keeps going after N1 when you're in burst. Now. Yeah. Are any of the new things reliant on the burst being active? No, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is reliant on her burst being active. Damn. So do you actually need to get this ER? You can still twice on Bennett, not on the rotation of for 15 seconds. It'll make your rotation longer if you do. Oh, Shower's C1 refund. Do you actually get that reliably? What's the trigger condition for it again? No, you do not. No, you do not. You're never proccing this on Klee. The second one should happen on Klee. No, because she's not triggering overload. Fischl is. Your Electro App isn't fast enough for your on-fielder to be the one triggering your reaction. Maybe you can do 4, honestly. And make the rotation like 17 seconds. That's probably worth it. Or maybe you just battery the Shavars into Klee. Like, you just add a swap to Klee. 17 seconds is what the GC Sim rotation does. Let's see. But the GC Sim rotation doesn't do N3, so it's gonna be different. Klee. Klee. Base attack is 311. What weapon do we give her and what set do we give her? Surely it's not an Echoes angle, right? Like, surely not, right? Like, surely not, right? Wait, actually, Bond of Life set is gonna go hard here. Yeah, this is a flowing purity Klee with Bond of Life set angle. at 40k HP, how much is a Shalor's healing tick? It's 5.33% of 40k plus 657. It's 2.7k. And Klee should be at around 2,000, a little bit, like 18,000 HP. So the Bond of Life will take 2 procs. Which means you will get 3 stack, not 2. Right? You get 1 stack from gaining Bond of Life, 1 stack from the first healing tick, 1 stack from the second healing tick. It's not going to be full uptime, but most of this happens during your burst animation, so it's pretty good uptime. Yeah, this is definitely Bond of Life Klee. It's very funny. But if you have a 5-star stat stick, I mean, then you just fucking cry because she doesn't have a good set. Flowing Purity. Plus 565. Attack percent. What about Bennett heal? Bennett doesn't heal unless you're low HP. At the start of your rotation, it shouldn't happen. And it can happen later, but at that point, you're already full Bond of Life anyways. Or you're already out of Bond of Life anyways. Okay. Attack percent, 27.6. When using a skill, this is damage bonus, right? So you don't get any from that. We get Chevreuse, we get Power Resonance, we get Noblesse. We get Pseudo Noblesse with Song of Days Past Chevreuse. We get 45% attack from Fischl. We get 46.6 from Sands. We get 18 from the 2-piece Bond of Life set. I think that's it. I didn't include substats. You get substats. Isn't Glad / Wanderers still viable? Glad doesn't affect her, and Wanderers is just 35 damage percent. That's it. It's kind of ass. Anyways, damage percent, normal attacks. So Lee doesn't get any damage percent from her base kit. The buffs give her things that only affect charge attacks. Because Echo's better since Whimsy's gonna have like half uptime. Whimsy uptime will be pretty good, actually. Because you don't immediately consume all of this, right? You do EQ. During your Q animation, you get your first tick of healing. And then when you're in the middle of your first attack string, you get the second tick of healing. And that's when the timer for Whimsy starts ticking down, because each new stack refreshes the duration. Right? Stacks aren't independent. It's like the E doesn't really have much damage percent from this, but the rest of her damage does. Anyways. Bennett C6. Pyro main stat. Chevreuse C6. This is on charge attacks. Spark. Is Fully and Bennett really viable in Overload? Only with Razor. Because Razor makes it so that Bennett's self-application triggers Overload. Pyro Ascension for some reason, that's true. Then we have the Flowing Purity, which is 16. Then we have about Alright, her max HP is going to be at around 18k. 24% of that is 4k. Divided by 4. Divided by 1,000 times 4%. Around 18. 17, 18-ish. From Flowing Purity. On the normal attacks, it is activated. On the normal, on the charge attacks, it is activated. Then we have the Whimsy. So, if your Whimsy procs in the middle of your first string, that means that your time equals 0 is at, like, right before the first charge attack. Then your second charge attack is at, like, 3. Your third charge attack is at, like, 5.5. So you'll get 3 out of 4 charge attacks buffed. So 54% times 3/4. And that should be it. For the skill, we only have 1 stack of Chevreuse. We do not have Spark. We do get the Flowing Purity. We do not have the effect of consuming the full bond of life. And we only get 1 stack of Whimsy. And finally, for the damage outside of charge attacks during the uptime, we get about 45 average from Chevreuse. We do not get Explosive Spark. About 3/4 uptime on this. This is also about 3/4 uptime. Well, yeah. And this is full uptime. Yeah, Flowing Purity is actually gonna carry this character so much. Crit value. She doesn't have crit ascension. Tragic. Is Dodoko Tails not better? The problem with Dodoko Tails is that you don't have a good artifact set. Like, sure, 32 damage percent and 16% attack is better than 32-ish, 34-ish damage percent. But Flowing Purity allows you to use a set that doesn't completely suck dog shit garbage. Flame Purity with Bond of Light set better than 5-star Sig with Rainbow set? It's probably pretty similar, honestly. Do you not use Wanderer's Troop? She doesn't benefit from the EM, and charge attacks are not the large majority of her DPS. They're only like a portion of it. Motion value. So, Now we look at this stuff. First, I will look at GC Sim Klee stuff so I can get a feeling for how many burst hits we get. Klee. Okay, so we swapped to Klee. We use burst at 5 seconds. And then we stay on Klee until 17 seconds. That's 12 seconds of field time. Which is similar to what I'm getting. Yeah. So we can just count the sparks and splash. Sparks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, 18. 18 sparks and splash. So 72.5. Four, 123, 106, 153. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that Klee's optimal combo is going to be N1, C, and then keep going with the string. If the C doesn't reset your string, it'll probably be N1, then do a charge attack, then finish your string, and have the N3 do another charge attack. And that's probably like 3 N3 Cs instead of 4 N3s on a similar amount of time. But it's probably a good amount more damage. But I don't know if that's actually doable. Like, we need the footage to be certain about this. Anyways, skill. How many mine damage instances does GC Sim assume? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's... Is 8 real, by the way? Is that the maximum? So, 1, 2, 3. Is this a double skill? This is burst. And 1 skill jump. Yeah, this is a double skill. It's supposed to be 3 bounces, right? Or 2 bounce? I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3. Skill 162 times 3 plus 55.8 times 8. And charge attacks. Baseline is 268. But it gets multiplied by 1.5 from this new thing, right? And we get 4. We get 2 overloads actually, right? Because the first overload procs Fischl Wave 4, so you get Electro up again. And then the second overload doesn't proc, but your Pyro's way too fast for you to get Electro again, so the rest of the overloads are going to be on Fischl. This is like a 17.5 second rotation. Play DPS at 44k. That's pretty pathetic. Right? Bennett is, or Razor in this team is at like 60k. If 3 and 1 C and 3 is doable, right? You would get 6 charge attacks instead in exchange for 1 attack string. Like plus 5k DPS. It's still not that great. If we assume C1 baseline, we get 60% attack and 10% chance to spawn increased by 8% per failed attempt. So it's 10% on the first. 10% that it takes 1. Then this is plus 8%. And you need to have failed the first one. So 1 minus this. Multiplied by this. 16% that it takes 2. Then, yeah. Then 1 minus sum of these. Times this. And this doesn't move. Okay. And then we can copy this until we get to 100. And then the average is going to be every 4 hits. So we get additional motion value on this equal to the total amount of hits multiplied by, what is it, 120? 120% of Sparks and Splashes damage. So 120% times 72.5% times... Okay, so we get 18 Sparks and Splash. We get 12 normal attacks. We get 4 charge attacks. We get 3 bounces from the skill, and we get 8 mines. Divided by 4. Yeah. So C1 is a 31% increase to her damage now. And with this, she's similar to Razor. That's only 1 skill though, but you can't do 2 skills per rotation. You can front load 2 skills on the first rotation, but then that's it. Did you account for the 1.5 multiplier? I did, yeah. We can take a look at what happens if you don't have Whimsy and you're like Omega coping with like. I mean, what would be her next best set? Is Lava Walker good uptime good enough? Like, not really, but like, it's not like you got other options. So, I guess it's Echoes. Yeah. Fucking pathetic. Does Echoes proc on charge attack? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. No, it doesn't. Okay. But yeah, so if we go Echoes, we still have the 18%, but now instead of this fucking 54 damage percent, that isn't all like exactly full uptime, we get motion value on the normal attack. Plus 105%. Yeah. So with Echoes, you're 6% behind. Do you think we'll get a Hex and Circle DPS set in 6.3? I kind of expect that we will, yeah. I'll be right back. I have returned. Maybe this is a team where you don't go Bennett, though. Maybe you go Durin here. Let's count the full team DPS. So, 191, 565. Attack percent, we have... Well, we don't have this. That's for sure. We have Chaleurs, Power Resonance, Noblesse, Pseudo Noblesse, sure. We do not have Official. We might as well go attack then. It's not like Bennett has ER requirements in this team. We don't get the 2-piece. We do get substats. Damage percent. Bennett C6. Power Goblet. Shovelers 20. Spark, no. Ascension, no. 16 was... Yeah, no. 16 and 18 were... 16, 18, were the weapon. This was the set bonus. We have Noblesse. And on non-burst damage, we don't have Noblesse. Crit value. Effective attack, overload proc, motion value. We've got 275, 275, and what is it, 466, I think. So Bennett personal DPS at around 3k. So was. I mean, I can just fucking copy from this, right? No, I can't. I can copy this part. So we got 25%. %40 from shores, 25% from resonance. Yeah, yeah. No. No. Is that it for... I guess we have substats, actually, yeah. And this is 350. Damage %, we don't have Pyro Goblet. We don't have Bennett C6. We don't have Noblesse. What was this, 20? That was shores. Yeah, we do have that. No, we don't, actually. Yeah, so it's just 0. Crit value. Crit multiplier. Motion value. Oh, I'm an idiot. 758 base. Motion value, where are you? Motion value, motion value. Yup. Yup. Okay, so Shower's DPS at around 2k. Official 244. What weapon do we go in this team? Do we go stringless? Probably. Because she does get overloads on this team. Alright, plus 510. Attack %. We don't have a weapon. We do have Showers. We do have Resonance. We do have Noblesse. We do have Song of Days Past Approximation. We have her own buff. We have attack main stat. We do not have 2-piece. And what was the 20 from? That was substats. We do have that. And we have 24 from her Ascension stat. We've got the Bennett buff snapshotted onto her. We got Electro main stat, Golden Troop. Showers 1-stack snapshot. We got C6 attack buff. I didn't. That's what the 45 here is. Anything else? Stringless. We got stringless. And then damage % on the burst. We don't have this. Crit value, yeah, crit multiplier. EM 80 plus 165. E attack. Yeah. Motion value. So we've got 178 times 12. We've got 431 divided by 2. We've got 12 C6 hits. We've got like 3 A4 hits. Maybe. And we've got where's every other rotation. Overloads should be like 6, maybe? Nah, with the C6 it'll be more, like 8. And then your total DPS is that around 75k? That's fucking dog shit. Yeah. That's with the buffs, yeah, but we don't know what the combos are actually gonna look like with the buffs, because the buffs give her a new mechanic that changes her combos. So we have to fucking approximate. That's 4K more than GC Sim. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just so hard. Like, we need to see the combos before we know for sure what's actually good. But yeah, this is, I don't know. This is kind of sus for sure. We can look at Durin too. Right. So if we lose the Bennett buff, Durin would still be on Noblesse, so the only thing you lose is the Bennett flat attack and the 15 damage percent. We get 347 plus 565 attack percent. Attack, substat weapon, Chevaleur's, Power Resonance, Noblesse. Yeah. We do not have Fischl's effect. 46 main stat. Artifact set, no. Substats, yeah. Damage percent. Main stat. Chevaleur's. Really do get 2 stack average, actually. We don't have this. We don't have this. This was weapon. His weapon gives 20. This was set bonus. His set bonus gives 20. Great value. 98.4 base. Motion value Durin. $179.5. $148.4. $111.5. $127.4. No, I'm an idiot. This goes here. Yeah. And then we have maybe 14 hits of 219.8. Yeah. And then the shred goes up by 35. So we go from 40 shred to 75 shred, which is 65, so 325. So Durin is slightly better, but it's a very minor difference. Yeah. Let's also do optimistic assumptions for new cancels. Right? So, optimistic assumptions for new cancels, we would have, instead of 4 and 3, we could probably get 3 and 1C and 2C or N2 and 3C plus 1, right? Copyright symbol. That's crazy. Then some of these charge attacks would not have the spark because we get 3 charge attacks per 3 normal attacks. So the average. No, we do still get sparks from the burst. So it should still, because you can hold 3 now, you should still get it on every charge attack actually. But yeah, so now this is 3 charge attacks per string and 3 normal attacks. So instead of 4 strings with 3 charge attacks, it's now 3 strings with 9 charge attacks. So 3 strings, but with 9 charge attacks. Okay. So with more optimistic assumptions here, for what combos are going to be possible, it goes up by about 15k. But I really don't know how doable this is going to be. And honestly, if this is doable, it'll be just as difficult, if not harder, than the current Klee combos. And then, if you get C1 on this, that's 60% attack and 30% of a spark on each individual hit. You get 9 charge attacks, 9 normal attacks, 18 burst, 36. So 72.5% times 30% times plus 11 from a skill, so 47. Oh. I see. But yeah, so it will make C1 Klee around 107k, 108k. If these combos are possible. Durin should be better with C1. No, C1 will skew the result towards Bennett. Because she's getting more motion value. Or like personal DPS. Is this GC Sim level of combo assumption? Yeah, pretty much. So this one won't be real, but still. We can also have C1 Klee for this thing. Right? C1 Klee. This one is what, 12 normal attacks, 4 charge attacks, 18, 16 hits. Plus 18, 34, plus 11, 45, plus 72.5% times 30% times 45. Yeah. So, normal attack spam Klee will be at around 90k at C1. Which is about the same as optimized C0 Klee, assuming these combos are possible. Klee combo and chat, but like, these aren't real. Like, we don't have footage yet. We haven't seen any actual, we don't know if these combos can actually be done. This is just someone else's assumptions, right? They're not a new combo. Like, this is just, yeah, you can assume that. But this is pretty similar to what I'm assuming, right? Anyways. Things available now, can't people just test it? No, because they are adding a new mechanic to her. Right? During Klee's elemental burst, her normal attack sequence does not reset. So after you've done the N1, if you do something else, your next attack will not be an N1 again, it will be an N2. So the combos that are going to be possible will inherently be different. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about all of this. Who else is there? I mean, I guess I haven't looked at any official stuff, like, directly. Right? I've looked at official indirectly with Klee, with Razor, with Venti, with Albedo. But I haven't looked directly at official stuff. But the problem is, like, you can't really do direct official stuff, right? Because you need a second... You need a second Hexen Circle, and there's not that many characters that will work well with official or Hexen Circle stuff. Right? If you looked at Knight, who's going to be the second Hexen Circle in Knight teams? Albedo, I guess? Ew. Ew. Wouldn't Sucrose Taser be solid with Official? The buffs don't really do anything for Sucrose Taser. 180 EM in a Taser team is not that impactful. Overvape with Saints Official Albedo? I guess, yeah. So let's do like Hu Tao. Actually, let's do Arlecchino. Because Hydros other than Singto don't apply enough for Hu Tao. And Singto extends Hu Tao rotation by 5 seconds, and it just doesn't feel too great. Actually, this is probably too sus for Aura. Straight up. Like, having Electro and Geo? Wait, that's not true. Geo prioritizes Electro when Taser's on the enemy, doesn't it? I guess you're fine. Yeah, I think you're fine, actually. Let me check. So, Arlecchino. Official Albedo. I think so.
Overrule.
This damage looks wrong. I don't think my Albedo build or my Arlecchino build is right.
Transfix. Ha! Feel this ancient power.
Midnight Vengeance.
Okay. So
Overrule. Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
Oz, let me weave you a verse. Midnight, fantastic.
I think Yora's fine, actually. We're still getting most of our reactable stuff reacted. Yeah, that should be fine. What the fuck kind of rotations do you want to do, though? Like, you probably do 25-second rotations. Where you just are like, E off cooldown. And for the rest, you do like... Albedo E, Official E, Albedo EQ,
Moment of birth.
Singto EQ.
Witness.
Then you do this. Until Oz is gone.
Wings of darkness.
And then you come back.
Live. Feel this ancient power.
Yeah.
Rain outlines your fate.
Like, this is pretty asynchronous, but it is what it is, I guess.
Moment of birth.
Shadow Raven.
take.
I forgot the E. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable, actually. So, like... Or, like, you know, doing Yoimiya levels of damage. What is she on right now? Yeah. That's certainly not gonna help. So, like...
Lay to bed. Coming to be. Moment of birth.
By royal Huh? Let me weave you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Shadow Raven.
1,
Overruled.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Burst forth.
Ring cutter.
You can probably get 6, actually. So it's probably 11 and 3s per 25 second. Yeah, let's just do 10. Like, the rotations are, like, not rotations at this point, which, so it's kind of weird to calc. Right? But, like, in 25 seconds, she does 30 attacks. Right? That reduces her skill cooldown by 24 seconds. Her base skill cooldown is 30. So she'll get 1 skill. Then with the 5 seconds that have elapsed and the 24 seconds that you've reduced cooldown, you've basically spent 49 seconds of her skill cooldown. So you basically spent 19 of the 30 for the next rotation, like for the next skill, right? So you get 1.6 skills per rotation, right? So 1.6 times 130%, you generate about 210 bond of life per rotation. You consume, right? You're starting at 130. You're doing a total of, we said 10 and 3, so 30 attacks. This times 92.5. Right, you run out of bond of life here, but you get another skill, so you like refresh your bond of life. I mean, you get 1.6 kill per rotation of 25 seconds, which means that you're effectively getting a skill every 16 seconds, right? Which makes sense. And over 16 seconds, If you do 30 in a full rotation, then over 16 seconds, you're doing 19 average. And assuming you get carryover from the last rotation, which you do, you'll start at around 155 or around 160. And after 19 attacks, you're at around 36. So and then this basically just repeats. So your average bond of life is gonna be something like this. Around 82 average bond of life. But like, yeah, this is omega sus to calc. I'll say 80% bond of life average. Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. EM multiplier, vape, vape, EM multiplier, overload, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack, vape, effective attack, overload, proc, motion value 1, motion value 2, number of overloads, damage 1, damage 2, damage, overload. Damage, time, DPS. So, around 25-second rotations. Okay. Arlecchino base attack. 342. And we will give her deathmatch. Attack percent in this team is pretty low, actually. Right? We get Sands, we get Whimsy. Is this an attack goblet angle? I don't know. Probably not. We get Noblesse from Singto. I don't think we go TOM on Fischl. I'm pretty sure Fischl personal damage is good enough. 45 from Fischl's thingy. 20 from substats. That's it. Elemental Mastery. We get, let's say 80 from substats. We get 180 from Fischl. We get 125, about half uptime from Albedo. And multiplier vape. And multiplier overload. Damage percent. Arlecchino passive. Whimsy. Albedo passive. Goblet. Is that it? It is, right? Yeah, I guess we don't get that much damage percent. I forgot the attack percent from deathmatch. Crit value, base, main stat, substats, deathmatch. Effective attack, vape, total attack times crit multiplier times 1 plus damage percent times EM multiplier vape. Effective attack, non-vape, overload proc, 3979 multiplied by EM multiplier overload. Okay. Motion value 1. So we said we get 30 attacks. So 10 N1s that are vaped. So 1.5 times 87.3 plus 80% average bond of life times 221. And we get 10 of these. And then 20 N2s and or 10 N2s and 10 N3s. So 10, 87.3, 10, 120.1. I'm an idiot. It's not 87.3, that's the N1. And 95.7. And 20 Bond of Life hits at 80% average. Number of overloads will be 10. Yeah. Damage. This times 190 divided by 390 times 0.9. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit pathetic, huh? That's a bit pathetic. Because we don't have shred or attack buffs. Like, that's, yeah. 876, 69, 58.3, 54, 30. 46.6, 24, 28.8, 12, 42. Is that it? Yeah. 60. None of this shit. Motion value 1 will be... I know this. It's 227 plus 80 plus 240 times 11. This is 222. I don't remember the burst though. Albedo. 220. 624. 122.4 times 3. Yup. Yup. Official 244. Stringless? I guess. Not that you're too happy about that, but it is what it is. We don't have a Whimsy. We do have Noblesse. We have her own buff. We have substats. We have Ascension instead of Deathmatch. That's it. EM 165. 180 from her passive. 80 from the thing. 125 divided by 2 from half uptime Albedo. EM multiplier for electrocharged. Gonna be 4 damage percent. We don't get any from the kit. Artifact set is 70. Albedo is 42. Goblet is 46.6. That's it. Crit value, same as Albedo. Effective attack. This. Electrocharge proc. How much is electrocharge again? Can you get client during official next? It shouldn't really be that different from current client teams. 2894. But I can take a look. 2894 times multiplier. Motion value is 172 times 24 plus 30 times 30% plus 12 times 80% plus 431% plus, this was 416, so it's 638%. Number of electrocharge procs, or like about like 9 on her, 9 on Singto probably. Did I forget the stringless EM? I did not. Okay, bet. Think so. Hmm. 202, 454. We don't have official buff. We do have noblesse substats ascension. EM. Don't have this. Don't have this. Damage percent. We have 12 from Albedo. We have 20 from Ascension passive. We have about 220 ER maybe. Emblem. Crit value is the same. Effective attack is the same. Motion value. Should be able to get 50 swords no problem. So 109 times 50. 336. 382. Yeah, that's kind of pathetic. It is what it is. It is what it is. I wonder how Durin would be here instead of Albedo, actually. Probably decent, actually. Because you do get Power Shred from him. You'll lose a few vapes. But I don't think you start forward vaping. You just lose some vapes. You get overloads instead. Let's take a look at Arlecchino. Arlecchino, Durin, Chevreuse, Official. Alright, so an overload team. Arlecchino base is, what was it, 352? Take a team with Official Durin Hydro? I don't know, man. I'm not a believer. 342. Plus 454. Attack percent. So we got Sans, Whimsy, Noblesse, Official, Substats, Deathmatch. But now we also get Chevreuse. That's it. damage percent, we get Ascension for thingy. We don't have Albedo's thing anymore. Yeah. We get like 55 average from Showers, probably. Crit value. It's gonna be the same as this, actually. Effective attack. I guess I should also have the non-normal attack thing from the skill. Doesn't have this. Doesn't have this. Okay. Let's do 150 average start. Or like, you know. So 87.3, 95.7, 120.1. What else we got? Yeah, okay. So then we start at 150 average. This plus this times 221.2. This times 92.5. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. $51.55 motion value. Got the skill as well. 25.2, 54.1, 227.1, 166.8. Number of overloads, straight up 0. Effective attack, total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. I don't know why I have this shit here. Then, yeah. Damage. This times when I do it by the 390 times 1 point. Durin is getting the shred here. Yeah. So it's 75 shred, 65, 325. Ah, 1.325. My goodness, that's kind of important. Okay. Time 18 seconds. DPS. Yeah. Okay. Durin 347. Let me just copy this shit from Klee, actually. Right? I should just straight up be able to copy exactly. Because Arlecchino and Klee do the exact same thing. Right? Yeah. Total 85k. Yeah. 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 This is not that good. No surprise there. It's because Durin sucks. Like, straight up. It's all Durin's fault. Same core team, but for Cloend instead. We can take a look at that too. You can probably do Cloend's whole thing. No problem. So, what? How many N3Es are you supposed to be able to do on Cloend? Is it 7 or 8? I forgot. I think it's 7, right?
Need to hire a duelist?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6. Huh. Right, it's 7 if you start with Bond of Life, and you do start with Bond of Life. So it's 7 E's, 6 and 3's. So 337, 565. Attack percent. You get any attack percent from her shit? She doesn't, right? No. So straight up just exactly the same as Arlecchino in the same team, but the weapon instead of deathmatch is the Bond of Life weapon, so 27.6, 24. This is 350, 220. And then damage percent, also basically the same as Arlecchino's stuff, but we don't have the 40 pyro. This is the same. She doesn't have any damage percent in her kit, right? Yeah. Okay. So, and then crit value. Yep, it's this. No, this is 0. This is 8. It's more like 2. Blind effective attack is this. An effective attack for the second one is minimum of 3,000. This. Overload proc, not that it matters. Motion value. So on this skill, we get 46.1 times 3 times 7 plus 71.3 times 3 times 6. And then we get the burst, which is 215.7 times 5. And we've got these things, which is 60% times 3 times 13 plus 60% times 5. Isn't that way too low? Isn't she's supposed to be higher, isn't she? What's going on here? Did I, like, forget crit or something? I forgot the crit from her passive, yes. There we go. I think that's it. 84k. What did Flip get? Because I know Flip looked at this team already. So let me take a look at what he got. What in the fuck? Okay, am I... Okay, I guess I didn't put Showers on a set, right? But he's on two-piece anyways. I have the official DPR basically the same. I have the Durin DPR a lot lower. Oh, Harbinger of Dawn. I see. Made a mistake in that calc and remade it? Did he? Also, bro fucking retweeted something that I don't want to show. Because it's fucking sussy as hell. So I gotta... Okay, yeah. No, I don't see that. I don't see it. Let's see an updated one. Check Vomfee. Did Vomfee do a Cohen calc? Arlecchino, Varessa, Klein. He did. So, okay. Yeah, I guess he's assuming Wolf Fang, which I think is kind of fake as fuck. Personally. But I mean, it is what it is. Harbinger, Wolf Fang. Yeah, I guess we can cheat out a bit more DPS if we do these things, sure. Sure, might as well, right? Instead of this, we get 401. Instead of this and this, we get 46.9. 28 times 2. Alright, our Clavine DPS just went up by like 5k. Just if you get hit once, it's completely doomed. Durin, we can assume on Wolfang, sure, 510. We'll have this. This is now 16. 27.6 times 2 plus 8% average, maybe. I'm still not at fucking 95, though. Eh, whatever. Rinze 4? No, that's in. You counting the visual attack buff? I am. I don't know. Okay, you know what? Chat. Let's stall. We didn't stall yesterday. We stare. We pound. We stunt. Alright. Okay. Sure. Alright. Booze? No, probably not booze. Lime. Lunar. Annie. Lunch. Red. Inner? Scene. Okay. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. We'll take that, we'll take that. Acceptable. Acceptable, acceptable. Hmm. I think this is like a 25-ish. So 335? 337? Okay. Not bad. Okay, I can show this one. Oh my god, that's my goal right there. What is that? I don't know this. Wait, I do know this. Fucking hell. I could have figured it out, honestly, from the first one. That dude, I could have figured it out from the first one. I'm an idiot. Okay. I don't know what this is. But bro looks American. Like like British. He looks like the Japanese caricature of a British person. Okay, I don't know who this is. I have no clue. Okay, wow, that's cooked. Guess the characters. I forgot what his name is, man. I don't know the others. Wait, is that the guy? This is from one of those fucking like. Is one of those shows where there's like two main leads that are men, and there's gonna be like homoerotic tension, but they're not gay? Like that, I think. But I don't know which one. There's so many of them, man. I don't know. Okay, maybe not, actually. Maybe not, actually. I haven't watched this. Oh, whatever. Okay, this is from Vanitas, I think. Because I'm pretty sure this is Vanitas. And that's a character holding a doll of Vanitas, but whatever. And, well, that's a fucking monster girl, so I'm gonna assume that's Monster Musume. I know I'm supposed to know this, but I don't. Like, I don't know what it's called. Like, I've seen it many times before, but I don't know what it's called. Doraemon. Okay. Yeah, GG. Which one is it, actually? It's probably not Cinderella Grey. Which show is this from again? I remember this fucking slime's name, it's Sui, but I don't remember which show it's from. I do not remember what show it's from. Yeah, I'm not confident about this one, but I think it's the art style. Okay, GG. Oh, it's campfire cooking, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, I'll take that. That's acceptable. Is it a Baki day? Oh my fucking god! No. Bro, what? What is this, chat? Very Baki adjacent. Megalobox. That makes so much sense. Yeah, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense, actually. Right, are we cooked? We're fine. No clue. Wait, is that the deer one? No. It's not. Is it? I don't think so. Oh, bro, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I don't know what this is. No clue. This is a slice of slop. Okay. Ball. I don't know, man. Buddy complex. Why was he holding a basketball? Whatever. We got over 30k, we take those. Alright, I think we're gonna record a first impression on the witch buffs. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To the Hexen Circle. We have gotten multiple leaks for buffs to characters related to the Hexen Circle. And there's a lot to say about them, about all of that. So honestly, we're just gonna get right into it. they are adding a new racist resonance in the game. For the sake of this thing, I'll be referring to it as either the Hex and Circle resonance, the Hex resonance, the Witch resonance, the Witch passive, whatever. But basically, all of the Hex and Circle related characters that they've specified will have an extra effect that will only be activated if there are 2 witches on the team. Right, so 2 characters related to the Hex and Circle. A lot of these characters are also getting direct buffs, even outside of Hex and Circle teams, but the most of the buffs are Witch Resonance buffs. Anyways, the characters that are getting buffs and that are getting put into the Hex and Circle resonance bullshit, right? There's Durin, the new character, and then for the old characters, we have Mona, Albedo, Klee, Venti, Sucrose, Fischl, and Razor. I don't think I'm going to record a first impressions on Durin specifically, so I'll be... I guess I might as well just talk about Durin in this one and do that now. So, Durin... Durin's very straightforward. His skill gives him energy, and his burst deals all field damage. That's it, pretty much. That's what Durin does. He has 2 modes. He has one damage mode and one support mode. In the damage mode, his multipliers are a bit higher, and he gains melt and vape damage bonus to himself. So if he's triggering reactions, they'll deal more damage. In the support mode, the multipliers are a bit lower, but instead, he shreds resistances of elements involved in power reactions that are happening on your team. But not Hydro and Cryo. So if you want to play Durin on a team that's Hydro or Cryo or whatever, he's not shredding. So either he's just applying Pyro and not giving any shred, or he's the one actually getting the damage by him being on the carry mode and like reacting his things instead of off-field application for a damage dealer that capitalizes on that. The shred is 35% with the witch bonus, 20% without it, and the amount of reaction damage increase is 40% without the witch bonus and 70% with it. So without which, it's 20% shred or 40 vape and melt damage. With which, it's 35 shred or 70 vape and melt damage. Also, yeah, I don't know why this says Animal on screen. He's a Pyro character. Overall, Durin is kind of boring and also not that great, but that doesn't mean he's not valuable at all, because honestly the main thing that he's going to be doing is he's going to be one half of the witch resonance that's going to be necessary to have on your team to activate the new effects of the old characters that got massively buffed. But all in all, Durin himself is like, kind of whatever. But for like the rest of the things I'll be talking about, just remember he's an off-field pyro damage dealer that can also shred resistances to elements other than Hydro and Cryo. But next we can talk about the stuff I'm actually excited about. All the old character buffs. I think we can start with the most straightforward ones. Sucrose buff. When you have 2 witches on your team, using Sucrose's abilities gives a little bit of damage bonus. 5.7% on skill, 7.1% on burst, and another 8.5% to the C6. It's basically it's a percentage divided by 7. So this is 40% divided by 7. This is 50% divided by 7. This is 60%, 60% divided by 7. I'd say it's not 70. Fucking idiot. Whatever. It's just basically it's just a tiny little bit of damage percent on top of Sucrose's things, but this one doesn't matter too much, so it is what it is. Sucrose did not need a buff, so she didn't really get a buff. This is more so about Sucrose being part of the witch residence and enabling witch bonuses on other characters. The other character that got a buff that I think doesn't matter too much is Venti. Venti got some pretty big buffs, but what was buffed about Venti is a new playstyle for damage-focused Venti. Right? So, while there, and this one is not reliant on witch resonance, by the way, but while the burst is active, Venti's normal attacks get an Animo infusion and deal a lot more damage and extend the burst duration by up to 2 seconds. He also got a witch resonance bonus that makes his burst deal 1.35 times the damage, and when the burst is active, when animal characters trigger Swirl, they gain 50% damage bonus. So it makes him a little bit better as a support for other animal carries, and it also gives him damage percent if you're playing him as a carry, which you can do now. The thing is, right now, the animal carries that we have are mainly Wanderer and Chow. With these buffs, Venti as like a fully damage-focused carry is going to be a bit better than Wanderer. Pretty similar to Chow. But those aren't really characters that see that much play in the meta right now. So as much as like these are pretty massive buffs to Venti, it's not really enough to justify wanting to use Venti as a carry. But it does make him playable. So, I mean, it is what it is. That's cool. He's also got buffs to his constellations, but I don't really care that much about that. But yeah, that's basically it for the buffs that don't matter too much. What's left is 2 types of buffs, right? Buffs to bad carries that make them good, and buffs to supports that just make them a lot better. Let's start with the bad carries that become good. So we start with Klee. Right now, the Ascension passive of Klee's that allows her to get a free charge attack that doesn't cost stamina and deals more damage it's just a yes-no thing. Either you have the effect or you don't. With the changes, instead of being a yes-no thing, you can stack it, and you can get up to 3 stacks of it. And the way that it works is when you hit an enemy with one of Klee's attacks, you have a 50% chance of generating a stack. But if you can't stack multiple, then if you get 2 back-to-back, it's as if you only got 1. And then if you miss the next 2, it's as if you got 0 for the next one. So you end up losing out on some potential procs. And the fact that you can now stack up to 3, right? And it's not that it triples the effect, it's just that you can have 3 like banked for later. Makes this a lot more consistent. The effect of the stack is still the same. It's still that the charge attack doesn't consume stamina and deals more damage. But she now has a two pretty massive witch bonuses, right? So, one, during her burst, Klee's normal attack sequence does not reset. So what that means is, like, usually when your normal attack sequence is interrupted by a normal or by a walk or a dash or whatever, you just start over from the first one. This is gonna make it so that it doesn't happen that way anymore. It doesn't get reset. So if you get interrupted, if you dash, if you walk, if you jump, if you scale, whatever, after doing the first normal attack, the next time you do normal attack, it'll be the second one. That's the first effect. And the second effect here is when you do the third normal attack, you get a coordinated charge attack. Now, we don't know for a fact that this is just a normal charge attack because it has an actual name. So it's possible it has a separate scaling, but we aren't provided with a separate scaling. So for now, I'm just going to be assuming it's a normal extra charge attack. That's kind of alright. It is what it is. But there's another effect, right? The other witch bonus. Each time Klee deals damage with pretty much anything, she gains a stack of Boom Booster, which lasts for 20 seconds. And she doesn't consume them, so basically this is permanently fully stacked. And when she has 3 stacks, her charge attacks deal 1.5 times damage as like a true multiplier. So they're like making it so that you get more charge attacks, your charge attacks will have the explosive torque more often, and the damage of those explosive spark enhanced charge attacks is significantly higher. Now, because they're straight up changing the way that her attack strings work, we can't test combos for buffed Klee with live. So there's gonna have to be some assumptions for Klee stuff. But from what I've looked at, if you assume just normal attack spam Klee, which is pretty bad, post-buff normal attack spam Klee is actually a bit better than current min-max GC Sim rotation Klee. And if you assume min-maxed GC Sim rotation equivalent, Klee at C0 will be able to reach around, with the combo assumptions I've been using, around 90k. But because Klee is a character that is on the To Temper Thyself and Journey Far event, for people that really like Klee and that go for Klee, they will eventually end up with a free constellation for her. And the C1 gives her an additional like 15%, actually a bit more than that, more damage. And she actually goes to like 105, 110k DPS. Which is pretty good. For comparison, Varisa's non-Mawika teams generally tend to be at around 110k. And it would be a very similar team that you would use. So, yeah. Pretty solid, actually. Wait, let me list this. But this is with GC Sim combos, right? And personally, Klee is probably the character that I suck at playing the most in the whole game. I cannot play Klee for the life of me. I think she's the hardest character to do like basic combos on. I think the skill floor for Klee is incredibly fucking high. So it remains to be seen how realistic this like 105 to 110k is. I'm not too optimistic about it, honestly. And again, right, this is with C1. At C0, it's like 90. And if you're not doing those combos, it's going to be lower than that. But, I mean, these are very massive buffs, obviously. And there are, like, Klee is actually a pretty solid character, assuming those combos are doable. But, like, that's okay. That's not terrible. You could also potentially do some vape Klee stuff with these things, But I have no idea what sort of combos you want to be looking at for that. So we'll need to wait for footage before I really look into any sort of vape plea stuff. For now, I've just been looking at Chevreuse. But yeah. So that's the first buffed carry. And now let's talk about the second buffed carry, Razor. And oh boy! Razor is getting massive buffs. So, first, not a witch bonus, he just gets this as a whole. His burst damage, like the coordinated attack from the burst on like when he's doing normal attacks, is increased by, like, the motion value is increased by 70%. Which is like over 1,000 motion value for free. That's cool. That's alright, we take those. And also a base kit buff, but for constellations, right? That's not reliant on witch resonance. When Razor obtains a sigil, so what he gets when he uses his tap E, he gains 3 instantly instead of 1. Which is going to help his energy generation. And after a sigil is consumed, Razor gets 70 crit value for 15 seconds. So that's cool. But then also, whenever his sigil count exceeds the limit, whenever his sigil count goes above 3, so when he generates sigils, when he already has sigils, a lightning strike is triggered, which deals 150% of his attack as damage. That's not that big of a deal. But which also restores 7 energy. And that is a big deal because it basically completely trivializes his ER requirements in pretty much every team. Basically, they're giving Razor some motion value on skill, some motion value on burst, an insane amount of crit value, and basically infinite energy. Now, right now, Razor kinda sucks. Razor's best teams are not physical teams. Razor's best teams are generally overload teams. The reason for that is because right now, there's about a 50-50 split between his physical damage and his electro damage. It's actually a little bit more electro than physical. Which means that no matter which one you buff, you're only buffing 50% of what you could be buffing. However, Chevreuse teams tend to have a lot of buffs that are both to electro and pyro damage, and Bennett's C6 makes Razor's physical attacks pyro instead. On top of that, he now applies a bunch of element, and he triggers overload on himself, so he gets a pretty good amount of personal damage from overloads. These buffs are very impactful for these overload teams, and as we're going to see later, Fischl is also getting a buff, and Fischl is the last lot you use with Bennett Chevreuse Razor. And C6 Razor is now just a tiny little bit shy of 100k DPS. With C6 Bennett, C6 Chevreuse, C6 Fischl. Now that is reliant on 5-star constellations. If you don't have Bennett C6, the damage completely tanks, because all of the normal attack damage doesn't get buffed by Chevreuse's pyro damage buff, by Bennett's pyro damage buff, or by the shred you get to pyro resistance from Chivalrous. So his damage completely tanks without Bennett C6. His damage completely tanks without Chivalrous C6. And his damage completely tanks without his own C6, because 70%. And Fischl's personal damage in that team completely tanks without her C6. And the buff too, as we're gonna see later. So it's like, it's a team that's very reliant on those 4-star character constellations. But if you do have them, Razor is like... Razor is like more so Chlorine level than like Raiden level now. And that's without a good set bonus. The current best set that you use on him for these teams is fucking Echoes. And Gilded is like 1% behind. If he had a set that provides about as many stats as Codex does to Natlan characters, which honestly, I think is very likely to happen. I'm pretty confident that one of the set bonuses we're gonna get in 6.3 or whatever is gonna be a Hexen Circle like damage set, because it's a problem not just for Razor but also for Durin and for Klee. But yeah, I looked at how the team DPS would be if he had a set that provides as many stats as Codex does, and it's like 110k, which is like, well, at that point it's not even Chlorine level anymore. It's like Varessa level. Like Razor is gonna, yeah. Yeah. This Razor character is fucking... Yeah. These buffs are insane, alright? Like, that's just what it boils down to. The buffs are fucking massive for Razor. I think it's very likely he ends up getting nerfed, because, like, in the Razor, Bennett, Fischl, Chivalrous, right? With the Bennett, Fischl, Chivalrous core for Overload, right? You can do any Pyro carry, and Razor is better than every Pyro carry in that slot. Right, because Mawika doesn't get Fighting Spirit, so it's not really Mawika, and he's better than Arlecchino. Better than Klee, too. So, I really expect Razor to get fucking gutted, honestly. I don't think these buffs are gonna make it to life, because they're just too much, man. I mean, I would be pretty happy for the buffs to make it to live, because I think it's cool. But yeah, it's yeah, it's certainly something. Anyways, now let's move on to the support buffs. So, Fischl, right, we've already mentioned, right? Fischl gets a buff. I don't know why it's not fucking here, but the buff is that she gets a Witch Resonance buff, which is which provides stats when you trigger reactions. If you trigger Overload, she provides attack percent. If you trigger Electrocharge, she provides EM. 22.5% attack, 90 EM. So in Chivalrous teams, that's 22.5% attack. In Flynn's teams, that's 90 EM. At C6, those effects are doubled. So 45% attack, 180 EM. That's a lot of stats. That's a very large amount of stats. So that's cool. This is part of why this Razor team is fucking popping off. One of the biggest issues that a lot of the other Overload characters have is that in order to get the Witch Resonance, well, they're not a witch. Arlecchino's not a witch. So in order to get the Witch Resonance, she needs to put that fucking worthless fuck-ass Durin unit on her team, and she loses Bennett. Which is a pretty big nerf. So it's pretty rough. And yeah. Bennett is a lot better for these teams than Durin is generally. So it's like, yeah. Anyways, what's left is Albedo and Mona. And honestly, man, I think it's pretty fair to say that both of these characters are actually just good characters now. Let's start with Albedo. Albedo gets 2 main buffs, right? Both of those buffs are reliant on Witch Resonance, right? Because technically the first buff doesn't need Witch Resonance, but it scales off of an effect that only happens when you have the Witch Resonance, so whatever. Basically, when you have a Witch Resonance on your team, Albedo's skill, when it deals damage, generates basically a phantom skill, right? So you get like a phantom version of the skill on the field, on top of your real one. And that effect can happen twice. And if your actual skill breaks, but you have a phantom skill on the field, you keep dealing damage. So it helps prevent issues that arise when Albedo's skill gets broken. That's the first thing. But also, each phantom skill on the field increases the damage of his skill procs. And it's basically a 50% increase per, so it doubles the damage if you have 2 of them. Alright, it's 120% of his defense, but Albedo's skill at talent level 10 is 240% of his defense, so this is just half of that. That's the first effect. So basically, his damage is doubled for fun. The second effect, using his skill and generating a phantom skill, buff your team's damage percent. Now, I think this is a little weird because the way that this is worded implies that it only works on witches. But I feel like it's weird that he has 2 different effects that do the same thing for the same characters with different scalings. So I believe that the weaker one of the 2 effects is supposed to be to every character, and the stronger one of the 2 is only for witches. But yeah, so basically, Albedo buffs damage percent by a percentage of his defense. For every 1,000 defense, it's 4% damage percent. And then witches get an additional 10. So at about 3,000 defense, which is generally what you get to, and the witch bonus caps at 3,000 defense, so you generally don't really want to go for more than that. At 3,000 defense, he gives 12 damage percent to non-witches and 42 damage percent to witches. So they're fucking doubling his damage and giving him a Cinder City equivalent of damage percent on his kit. This is a lot. Albedo's just kind of goated now. His damage is like way higher than Tiori's, and he's buffing the team. He also still has the EM buff from the burst, so for reaction teams you get to use that, so that's cool. But yeah. They're also buffing his constellations, and unlike Venti, right, just like Klee, Albedo is a character that is available from the Constellation Selector event, so we can talk about his C1. His C1 generates energy when his skill hits. This is like okay, and it gives him more defense percent, which is alright. His C1 isn't that good. Honestly, Albedo's a character. They buff the C2 so much more than the C1. If you accidentally got C1 Albedo when you got him back in, like, what was it, 1.3? Getting C2 from the selector, I think, is a pretty good idea because the C2 is pretty solid. But it is not worth going for the C1 plus getting the C2 from selector for, like, 2025 standards of Constellation power. But yeah, so that's Albedo. And finally we have Mona, who is kind of the GOAT now, actually. So, let's start with the effects of Mona that are changed that are not witch bonuses. Mona does not get witch bonuses at C0, or non-witch bonuses at C0. All of the C0 changes are witch stuff. But she does get changes to her constellations, irregardless of your witch status. Or regardless. Without looking at your witch status, okay? So, C1, which is the constellation that increases hydro reaction damage, now increases the damage more for off-field characters than on-field characters. The increase goes to 24 instead of 15 for off-field characters. C2, when right now is when a normal attack hits, there's a 20% chance that you get a free extra charge attack. What they're changing is they're making it so that the first normal attack you do after burst does it always, and it does it by default, so guaranteed. And after Mona's charge attack hits an opponent, you get an 80 EM buff to the team. So basically, plus 80 EM on Mona's C2. C4! Actually, no, that's witch bonus. So we'll come back to that later. And then C6. The C6 change is massive, by the way. Right now, the C6 is complete dog shit because in order to get the damage bonus from the C6, you need to enter her alternate sprint and stay in it for multiple seconds. Now, she will also be, and by the way, the C6 increases her damage percent for each second she spends in her alternate sprint of her next charge attack. 60% per second, up to 180%. This C6 change makes it so that, one, instead of needing to be inside of your sprint, it also stacks when there's an enemy affected by her omen. So you just get this to stack without having to do the dash anymore. And two, for some reason, Mona's charge attacks to enemies affected by omen are multiplied by 2. They do twice the damage, just for fun. Just multiply the damage by 2. Yeah, okay, cool. Just double the motion value. So 180 damage percent and double the motion value. For people that got C6 Mona from, like, losing 50/50s and shit, or from standard selectors or whatever, the C6 basically triples the charge attack damage. So forward vape Mona is going to be a real thing now, if you have C6. But if it wasn't for the witch change, that wouldn't be that big of a change because the omen only lasts for 5 seconds. So what is the new witch bonus? 1. When her normal or charge attacks hit opponents, she gains a phantasmal bubble. If a character in your party triggers Vaporize, You consume Phantasmal Bubble to increase the vape damage. So, basically, when you're on-fielding Mona, each normal attack increases your off-fielder's next vape by 10%, up to 30. Which is cool. It's pretty good. But the real big one is, additionally, when Mona's normal or charge attack hits an opponent affected by an Omen, the Omen duration is extended by 2 seconds up to a maximum of 8 seconds. That's a 13-second Omen duration. That's a big fucking deal. Mona's actually, like, an actual character now. C0 Mona, just from this, is going to become a pretty solid support for Mualani. I think Mualani is probably the character that benefits the most from this Mona change. Because your second Hydro options from Mualani teams suck ass, but because Mualani's burst is pretty good and Hydro Resonance is pretty impactful on her, having a good second Hydro is nice. With Mualani, the sort of rotations you'll want to be doing, and this enemy is affected by where's Mona? Where the fuck is Mona, man? This enemy is affected by Hydro, so we won't be able to show actual Vase, but we can show the setups. But you'll be able to do something like Mona E, Chilonen E, Moika EQ, Mona. Wait, no, that's not it. You got a Moika EQ after Mona, right? Yeah. I looked at the setups with Durin. Let's look at the Sucrose one actually. Fuck it. That one I have figured out pretty well. Alright. So Mona E, Mawika QE, Mona Burst, N4, Sucrose E, N1, then Mualani. And then start over. Oops.
Pyroclastic surge. Try and stop. Fate is upon you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Animal test 6308.
And then when you have your burst, you just do 2 chomps into burst instead of 3 chomps.
Shadows of the wrath from the sky.
And you just keep repeating this. One of the biggest problems with current VV setups for Mualani is that Mualani's Hydro app kind of sucks for the setups. Which is one of the really, really major upsides of having double Hydro Mualani. Because you've got someone else doing the Hydro application for you. And you just keep repeating like this. Because you've got someone else doing the Hydro application for you, you don't have to deal with Mualani's cringe charge attack, which makes me want to do really bad things to myself when I have to use it. You get to have your Hydro Aura from Mona's stuff instead. And we might as well go show the actual rotation against an enemy that actually allows us to do it. Just once. Molani, Sucrose, Moika, Mona.
Ready to ride.
Yeah, okay. So,
Light of the blazing sun. Try and stop.
Fate is upon you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Stand clear. Let's ride. Surf's up.
We'll look at the damage. Oh,
Woohoo!
classic Molani. Unfortunately, Mona doesn't fix these problems. But she does fix some of them, so that's cool. Let's try to show an actual one.
Delves into
Pyroclastic surge.
written in the stars.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sucrose E.
Not my lucky day. Surf's up. Amazing. Let's shred, Sharky. Let me scrub.
Wrath from the skies.
Fate is upon you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Absorption test. Carving waves. Woohoo! Kind falls behind.
Also classic Molani. But hopefully you guys get the idea. Mona's longer Omen duration allows you to go Mona into Sucrose, which means, 1, it's really easy to have a Hydro when you swap to Sucrose. 2, you get better Sucrose uptime. And yeah, that's it actually. Yeah, these things are like actually massive. And by the way, I'm pretty sure if you're playing this team, you want to go like Proto Amber, Clam, Mona. Or Proto Amber, Soya Days Fast. One of those two. Because Mona's personal damage isn't that high, and there's no good support set that works, because she doesn't proc Instructor. Technically, you probably can make her proc Instructor. If you add a Malika N1. Right? Like if you do...
Delves into
Pyroclastic surge.
written in the
Yeah, like
stars.
this procs Instructor.
Surf's up.
So I guess technically you could give her Instructor, but...
Let me scribe.
Light of the blazing sun.
Fate is upon you. Stand clear. Fast. I must protect my clients.
Yeah, I guess you can give her Instructor, actually. What the heck are these new join requests?
Check this out. Best of luck.
Anyways. Honestly, though, I think this kind of makes Milani good. As the #1 Milani hater, I really like how this team feels to play. So once we get the Mona buffs and the damage isn't like dog shit because we have no Omen uptime here, I'll be playing this team, like actually. It's also something you can do with Durin, right? Durin Chilonin instead of Malika Sucrose. You can do Chilonin instead of Sucrose here too, but honestly, Sucrose is the GOAT. But yeah, there's also a lot of other Mona stuff. You can use Mona with Durin, right? As like, that's kind of like the kind of intended thing. with Mona. Right, they're making it so that she buffs off fielders more. So you're kind of supposed to be doing her as a driver for Durin, but they gave Durin standard ICD on his burst, which is his main form of damage. So he only vapes half his damage, so it kind of just isn't that good. Oh yeah, you can do Mawika Shilon, and that's true. I'm an idiot. Anyways, Mona's also now going to be a viable choice for, like, Vape Mawika. You still don't get to vape as much with Mona as you do with other Hydros, but you vape enough, and the buffs are big enough to make up for it. Not entirely sure what the rotations are going to look like, because the swirl setups are going to be a lot harsher for Pyro than they are for Hydro with these Mona teams. But it is what it is. Yeah, all in all, I think the biggest effect that all these buffs have on my, like, feelings going forward is Mona constellations become a lot more valuable to pick up from the standard selector. I'd say C6 Mona is much better than C6 Stealth or Dea. In terms of how much she does for your account. And she's actually just good now. The C1 got a direct buff. The C2 got a direct buff with the 80 EM. The C4 got an indirect buff from the Omen just lasting longer. But also, I don't know if I said that. I think I skipped over it. It also gets a direct buff where witches gain 15 crit damage on top of the 15 crit rate. The C6 got a massive direct buff. There's a lot of, like, yeah. But even just C0 Mona is, like, actually good now. One thing I'll say is, don't underestimate Albedo. Albedo is also kind of, like, okay, I wouldn't say that Albedo is a character that's worth picking up now, like, if he gets a rerun. But if you have an Albedo lying around, he might be better than like, the current, he might be an upgrade to one of your teams. And that's very, very possible. He's actually, like, doing a lot now.
Nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted.
Anyways, that's kind of it for my first impressions. I'd say right now, the big changes that are actually very meta relevant are Molani and Albedo. I think Venti, Molani, Albedo, and Feshel. I think Venti carry is kind of a meme. I think Klee carry, I mean, it's good for people to have Klee, but it's not enough to make people want to go for Klee. And I think Razor is way too reliant on all the 4-star constellations. Like, missing out on one of those 4-star constellations is, like, a massive DPS loss. So, did I say Molani instead of Mona? I meant Mona, yeah. So, all in all, I mean, personally, I'm the most excited about the Razor ones, but I don't think they're that big of a deal as a whole. I think that really, like, Molani and Albedo are, like, the big winners of these witch changes. More so than Durin, honestly. The main thing that's gonna propel, why do I keep saying Molani? Mona. The main thing that's gonna propel Durin into relevance is activating Mona and Albedo's witch passives. Which is kind of sad. It's kind of sad, honestly. But, yeah, it is what it is. One thing about Durin, though, Virgin Durin is gonna pop the fuck off, okay? That's like the one team where his kit actually makes sense, alright? Relatively slow application with fast hits, shreds Dendro resistance, doesn't really have high ER requirements, so he doesn't need to sacrifice EM for that. really long uptime. He's the perfect Virgin characters. So
Must rid themselves of material desire.
I mean, hey,
Only by
I'm a believer in Virgin Durin. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. So I hope you all had a good time. Hope you hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Someone said new Molani rotation dropped on Reddit. What? Sorry, chat. Give me a second. And also, I need to update this because I did not have Instructor Mona for this. I had Clam. So if we go Instructor, right, we lose the Clam proc. Oh no. But we gain... How many hits are Instructor buffed, actually? Let's take a look. It might only be one. Mona, Sucrose, Malika, Molani. I said Mona when I clicked on Molani, and now I said Molani when I want to click on Mona. Oh my god. Oh no, 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 no.
Delved into pyroclastic surge. Full throttle. Decided by destiny. Animal test 60. Carving wave.
Okay.
Hey!
We would get the instructor proc at about 55, which means it runs out at 47. We definitely get the first one, but we probably don't get the second one. Damn. Yeah. So it's only 40 EM average. Right, so it's 101k instead of 99k. It's just 2k more. But it is more, so fuck it. Nah. Honestly, you probably just go clam because it's more comfortable. You heal a lot more. But I don't have a clam set, so what am I gonna do? Am I just cooked? I guess I'll just go instructor, right? Tragic. Instructor with healing bonus. Right? That's probably what we want. I have a healing bonus instructor piece? That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. But I think I can get enough ER with this. Oh no, I don't have it leveled. You know what? I guess we just level it then. Doesn't matter what it rolls. Just give me the ER main stat. No consumables found. Fuck. Fine. Rip strongbox, I guess. Fine. Okay. $258 ER? No. $212 ER. Should be fine, right? What does my Molani build look like right now? Is it this one? I think so.
Divination.
But with the Mona C4, I can't use that. Fuck. Wait. What am I gonna do? I have too much crit rate. Oh no. Nothing I can do about that. All my good pieces are crit rate heavy. Hooked. Unlucky. So bad. What about EM main stat? Yeah. Well, it is what it is. I'll be overcapped on crit.
Precisely for.
Might as well gear, right? Do I even have a fast equip? I do, but it's using. I'm using it as well. Alright, this is way overcapped on crit rate. God. Why are they so bad at these things, man? That's not... I'm an idiot. That's not Cinder City. What am I doing, man? Is that my best stuff? I feel like it's not. Maybe it is. That's, yeah, that's pretty good, actually.
Wrath from the skies!
Fate is upon you.
So like, I don't know why I'm doing this actually. For this, I should just start with a Mawika rotation, right?
Written in the stars. Absorption test.
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Incinerate!
Why did I do that? I don't know.
Absorption test.
Try and stop me!
Okay. So we'll. Oh yeah. What's the GG? What am I doing? That's fine.
Let me scrap.
Wrath from the skies!
Decided by destiny. Ha! Let's ride. Surf's up. Ha! Oh, oh. Delved into
Pyroclastic surge! Full throttle!
fate is upon you. Ha! Animal test 60.
This is popping off, man. This is actually popping off already. And that's before we actually get the fucking stuff to work properly. Yeah, this is gonna be a good fucking team, isn't it?
Shadows of
Light of the blazing sun! Rise with the sun!
stand clear. Delved into destiny.
Pyroclastic surge!
I just realized. Yeah.
Carving waves.
Gotta get some Night Soul on Mawika if I want to be able to do my rotation.
Amazing. Oh, huh?
Rev the engines!
Wouldn't it be optimal to replace Maloney with Bennett? No, actually. You're not getting any Night Soul with that. You can do Eon San, but that's so fucking cringe to play.
Let me scrap.
Wrath from the skies! Full throttle!
Decided by destiny. Animal test 63. Let's ride. Catch an epic wave. Delved into destiny.
Light of the blazing sun!
Written in the stars. Absorption test.
Yo. Yeah, I mean, fuck. I mean, this feels pretty good, man. Like, the first time Bro's having fun playing Molani? It is. It's kind of crazy. Alright. Oh. Okay. So, I think tomorrow we start looking at Milios or Wonderland stuff. We do that for the next 3 days. And then on Sunday, we do our conquest. Sounds like a plan, yeah. What weapon do you have? I'm on with it. Yeah, fuck this Nefer character. I'd rather TC Molani, man. That's, yeah. Oh boy. Did I even spend my resin? I didn't. Am I actually gonna be playing this team in Overworld?
Off we go.
Oh my god, I think I am. Wait, this enemy can be vaped. Eh, whatever, man.
Decided by destiny.
Pyroclastic surge!
Carving waves. Surf's up.
43k.
Shadows of fate written in the stars.
Light of the blazing sun! Rev the engines!
Faster.
Oops.
Amazing. Need a surfboard?
It's fine.
Pyroclastic surge!
Decided by destiny. Stand clear. Carving waves.
Very cool.
Delve into... Written in the stars. Animal test 6. Surf's up. Amazing.
Oh.
Stand clear.
Light it up! Light of the blazing sun!
Check this out. Best of luck. Faster. Surf's up.
My chomp missed.
Woohoo! Animal test 63.
Pyroclastic surge!
Let's ride.
You pick these up. Generate some fighting spirit on Mola or on Mawika. There we go. We'll use one condense just so I don't have to fucking explore today. I'm gonna have to explore otherwise.
Off we go. Need a surfboard? Carving waves. Let me scrub.
Try and
Fate is upon you. Stand clear. Let's ride.
That should be enough. It's not? Really? I thought it would be enough. Condensed doesn't count? No shot. No shot. Oh yeah, that makes sense, actually. Never mind. Yeah, creating condensed counts. Fine, I'll do a commission.
Rev the engines.
What are you doing? Fine, I'll do a commission.
Add Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
Alright. Now we go to the other account. We spend our resin there. And then that's probably going to be it for today. Okay. Let us go get some good artifacts today. Agreed? Agreed. Agreed, agreed. Why am I on fucking 3 HP? Have some chicken, man. Have some fucking chicken, man.
Clean up, people. Go claw. Absorption test.
Close your eyes.
Alright, chat. I have a good feeling about today for artifacts, honestly. Like, I actually have a really good feeling today. I don't know why, but I really do. Varka leaks? Whatever, I'll take a look at that in a second.
Installation.
The night cometh.
The night cometh.
Observe.
Come on. My good feeling shall be manifested. Only one chance left.
Clean up, people. Go claw. Stand clear. Animal test.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
Come on. I was wrong. Lil bro was optimistic for no reason. Oh, I guess I already did my commissions here, though. Okay, that. Alright, let's take a look at the Varka leaks. White Horse Adeptus is not Animo Dendro Electro. So it's either Hydro, Cryo, Pyro, or Geo. Like, okay. Cool, I guess. Varka's team comp should be clear by now. Varka, Venti, Durin, and later it becomes a 4 Hexen Circle team. What's the point of having 4 witches? Oh, so is Varka gonna have a 4 witch passive that requires 4 witches? My god. Oh boy. Even more racist Varka, that huge. Alright, chat. That's gonna be it for today. Hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed. Wait, I didn't tell the editors that I recorded a fucking witch video today. Recorded witch's first impression. Can you record binary review? No, I'll do it for real tomorrow. Honestly, chat, I don't want to raid anyone today.